Global infrastructure is crumbling this evening as the Nintenbyte Podcast continues its unprecedented rise. In cities across the globe, fans are rioting. The Pentagon has issued a statement describing the Nintenbyte Podcast network as a pixel-based prophecy. Some say the rise was foretold, others say it's just a really good podcast. We're talking twisted nipples, milk, and a sock puppet who doesn't talk.
It's dangerous to go alone. Watch this.
Welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast, bitch.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the greatest Nintendo podcast ever! Yeah!
Is that a Joy-Con in your pants, or are you just happy to see us?
Shut up! Now feel the power.
Everyone, do you feel that?
Oh my god, I feel it! You feel it too, Gamer. What is it?
It's the power of our podcast.
I feel it!
This is rad, Nintenbyte.
So rad.
Power. Now bask in their glory.
I'm Nintendo Brian. Oh, baby.
I'm Thunderstash.
I'm Gamebird Classic.
Nintenbyte rules.
Let's rock.
Hey everybody, welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast, Season 3, Episode 6. Oh man, every time I watch that intro, I notice something new. Every time. I love it. There's so many little nuggets and Easter eggs in it. It's great. It's only been 6 times. You know what I mean? We're only on episode 6, so like I don't know if I'm ever going to catch all the nuggets. That being said, welcome to the show, guys. All of our guests canceled, so I guess the show's over, right? Everybody.
I think that's it.
We went from 7 people to, hey, now it's just the core. You know what, though? That is just fine. We have a lot to talk about. It is the week before Donkey Kong Bonanza, which is exciting, although we have a podcast like literally the day before it comes out. So not really going to be talking about DK this week, but that's okay. That'll be next week. We got to get into who the hell is here. The only people that really matter. First off, Eric freaking Moore.
Yellow.
How's it going, buddy?
No, it's going.
It's just going okay
It's
for
going.
you?
It's going.
Just okay?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what day it is.
You don't know what day it is?
No, I really don't. I was coordinating with my uncle about fishing tomorrow after work, and I didn't know if it was. I was talking to him yesterday. Today, after I walked out of work, I didn't know what the fuck day it was. It was insane.
Well, happens.
Yeah.
Then we have Gamebird.
Hell yeah. Where's my Hawkscreech?
We don't,
You asshole.
Hey, I played it. I don't know if it played for you. It might not have.
It didn't know.
It didn't.
Hey, no. How's it going, guys?
Fucking
Happy Wednesday.
Me and Eric heard it, but nobody else did. Well, that doesn't work. Shit. You know what? I wonder if there's a way I can upload these audio things and just play. You know what? They're probably not be background music.
There's gotta be. No, that'd be hilarious. Just this Hawkscreech on loop.
Yeah. Anyways,
Oh,
the classic here. How's it going? The night creamer.
It's going, man. Hey, keeping it creamy every step of the way. And stoked to be here. It's another badass Wednesday evening. Get to talk Nintendo, get to talk games with 3 of the coolest cats on YouTube. Guys, this is the greatest Nintendo podcast in the world. Unlimited power. So my body is ready.
That's awesome. Also, we have well, I was actually just looking at your background. I'm like, you can tell he's been working on a video. It's got the green screen up, the camera's going.
Working on
over
something.
there. Working on something. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's an OnlyFans profile. I don't know.
Don't ask questions you don't want the answer to.
Well, if it's OnlyFans, I might want that now. No, all right, moving on.
I think we got someone knocking at the door.
Is Paul trying to get in?
Yeah, he's.
Paul is here.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Yeah.
I've been canceled.
Everyone else canceled. And I'm like, well, Paul didn't say anything. Anyways, welcome, Paul Gale Network. How you doing, man?
Pretty good. You know, just doing some countdown videos. That's all.
Yeah, at some point tonight. Maybe I got texted the latest one. I have no idea.
You know, if there's a way, I'm sure there's a way, but the four of you could join me for tomorrow's. Tomorrow is the 7 days until the release of Donkey Kong Bonanza 1. So I was thinking of doing a certain pool jump, and if y'all want to be on it, we could sync it up, and you could do the line with me if you want.
Well, I mean, look, don't tempt me with a good time.
Yeah,
I can't have you jump in the pool because you're all too far away, but you could join me in spirit as I jump in, you know? But we could do it tonight if you want.
Hey, I'm all for it.
Yeah.
I mean, I might have to pour myself a stiff drink. We're gonna need to make this fun.
Be a part of the countdown.
Yeah, no shit. I got my red Solo cups around here somewhere. Time to get this going. Anyways, now that things are a little slightly out of order, we got Thunder Stash Gaming here.
Yeah, what's up? Happy to be here. I always look forward to Wednesday. Like Eric said, it's been a busy week. Definitely getting mixed up with the days. I always know when it's Wednesday, but outside of that, yeah.
The podcast is how I base all my week.
Yeah. It's been a duck blur.
It's a podcast episode.
Yeah, I just been working on videos. Staying busy, guys. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Happy to be here.
I'm happy to have you here, man. As always. And you guys know I'm Nintendo Prime, and well, I didn't get any content out today. It is what it is. It's been a long day. Once I finish this Coke, there might be a different beverage in my hand. I'll just leave it at that. Let's go ahead and get into our topic. Our 4 topics ready to go. Who wants to go first today? Is there anyone in particular itching to go? Sees a topic and they're like, "That's mine."
I'll take topic 2.
Oh, you do the second topic. Okay, you want that one?
Yeah, I'll talk about that.
We can do that first. All right. Topic 2 for the audience is some things we do know are happening instead of like speculation and rumors. NBA 2K26, Monolith Soft. We got some stuff there to talk about. That's gonna be a fun one. All right, Eric, why don't you pick another one?
Let's see. It's been a month. Let's see where what's the temperature?
Somehow I knew Eric was going to pick that topic. Don't ask me how, but I just had a feeling.
I know exactly how. I was just sitting there scrolling. I'm like, there's one topic that literally has 2 words for the description of it. Eric's going to take it because he doesn't have to read anything.
I can't read.
You guys know how it goes. If Eric had like topic 3 and he's trying to read it, he'd fumble through the first 5, or he'd get in a flow for another 5 and then fumble through the rest. Yeah, but it's okay. It's all right. See, the only reason I don't fumble through is I usually write all the topics, guys. So like I have it like memorized, so I don't even need to really read it. But that's okay. Cool. I just knew it. When I wrote that topic, I'm like, Eric's picking this. Yeah.
I was tossed up between the other one,
but it is a good topic because it has been a little over a month. Little over a month. It wasn't a month quite on our last episode, but it's a little over a month now. So it's good to get some thoughts on that. Gamer, what do you want? What are you leaving me with?
Oh man, I'll take topic 1, a direct rumors roundup. I would have taken topic 3, but it's got some tech stuff in there, and we all know that's not my fault.
All right, that leaves me with topic 3, which is literally random news to cover. You guys don't even know what it is. I am the news guy. And there is something I didn't put in there that I was going to bring up, but I was hoping someone else took the topic. Doesn't matter. It's mine now. So suck it. All right, let's go to Thunder Stash. What are we talking about first?
Well, first thing, big news today for sports fans, basketball fans. I was very excited. That's NBA 2K26. I personally have been playing 2K since the original on Sega Dreamcast that had AI on the cover. Back when AI was Allen Iverson and not artificial intelligence. This was the first game that I played actually online on the Dreamcast. It was like during that era of like this NFL 2K and Fantasy Star Online, which I'm really hoping comes to GameCube, NSO. Fingers crossed. But yeah, this is a really big deal. So 2K26, I think the biggest part of this announcement and what I was like looking forward to hearing, because I'm kind of sitting here like, okay, am I going to play this on PlayStation or am I going to play it on Switch 2? And I would prefer to play it on Switch 2 because 2K is like kind of like a live service game, right? And I only have time for one live service game. And I reserve that for 2K. I don't play anything else. So the way I look at it is, if I'm able to obviously play this on Switch 2 and it's within parity of PS5 and Xbox, that's what I want to do, right? Because then I can play it on the go. So I can actually get more game time in instead of having to be on the couch, sitting there looking directly at the TV. So the good news is it was confirmed later today, because originally the news, the communication was crap today. Did you guys see this? You guys know what I'm talking about? At first, it was saying that the Switch 2 version wasn't going to be the Gen 9 version.
No, I missed that.
Yeah, so it took a few hours to get ironed out. But ultimately, yeah, the Switch 2 version is going to be the PS5, Xbox Series X version, which is great. So we're talking 60 FPS. That's the biggest thing for me. Currently, NBA 2K on Switch 1 runs at 30 FPS. And it's a big difference when you're playing sports games, right? Fast motion, we all know that. 60 FPS is a game changer. So awesome news there. Then the other part of this that was very interesting is they didn't say when the Switch 2 version was coming out. Nintendo put out a tweet that said coming this fall. Okay, so then of course I get on Google. I'm like, okay, when does fall start this year? Fall starts September 22nd. The game's coming out September 5th. That's the release date. Okay. If you pre-order the Superstar Edition, you get it 7 days early. So August 28th, right? So I'm like, shit, that means Nintendo's version's coming later, right? Because they said fall. Well, again, that's not the case. It was discovered maybe 3 or 4 hours ago that NBA 2K26 Switch 2 Edition is coming out the same day as PS5 and Xbox. So again, I think this all goes back to just communication, right? It hasn't been the best. And there's another topic we have today, topic 3, that we're going to talk about as well when it comes to communication. I know I'm going to talk about that specifically, but it's just hard to get straight facts these days. Like, you really have to dig quite a bit. So before we,
even good facts, Stash.
Yeah, yeah, exactly,
Not just,
right?
like exciting facts.
Yeah, it's crazy. So let's kind of talk about this a little bit. I don't know if you guys play NBA 2K. As we all know, this is the only basketball game, right? Just like Madden's the only football game.
Yeah.
The days of NBA Live are gone. The days of NBA Jam, NFL Blitz, all those days are long
2K
gone for a variety of reasons. NBA Street, Miss NBA Street. We all love that one. But yeah, what are you guys' thoughts? Are you planning on picking this up?
So I haven't bought an NBA game on Switch in years. The 30 FPS was fine. Year one, 2017. I bought it in 2017, 2018. And then I had a voucher. I can't remember. Some dev sent me a voucher the following year for PlayStation. No, it was for Xbox or whatever. And then I went back to playing it at 60 FPS, and I'm like, yeah, I can't. Like, there's just, it is what it is. It's 30 FPS. It's fine. I just, and then as the years went on, it started like just getting kind of worse and worse, and the gap started growing between the versions.
Yep.
So I am excited to pick this up. I do plan to get it day one for Switch 2. I'm a big NBA guy, so I haven't picked up and the thing is, I tend not to buy the NBA one every year. And I haven't bought it in 2 years now. So it's a great time to get back in, start playing. I'm hoping it's 60 FPS. Technically don't know that for sure. We know that it is a Gen 9 version. That's the news. Like, it's big deal. It is the same version as PS5 and Xbox. It's not cut back. That doesn't mean the frame rate's not cut back. I'm hoping that's not the case. But I'm looking forward to it. And I'm actually looking forward to, because one thing about the NBA game is they do kind of push those visuals pretty high in those games. I know some people might not notice it if you're just watching from afar on the TV, but all the close-ups they do and all the celebrations and the crowd interaction, it's wild in these games. So I'm actually really looking forward to it. I'm going to give it a shot again on Switch 2 and pray that it is 60 FPS and they prioritize that. If you need to make the crowd look a little less real, I'm cool with that. 60 FPS, please.
That's what I've been saying too.
I can deal with the crowd. Like, I understand the crowd closer to the court kind of adds to the experience, but I'm hoping that that's the case. I'm going to give it a shot. 2K is good. It's a good game. It's never been bad. Some of the modes in the game have maybe
adding the microtransactions.
Yeah, it's a single player mode they did it to that pisses me off. You literally can't be even above average NBA player in the game unless you spend a shitload of money, not just a little bit, a shitload of money for your guy to be above average. And that's
I don't play that. I don't play career.
It's stupid. They'll have this really cool epic story, and then finally when it lets loose and you're doing everything, you can't get your guy any better. You could average 50 a game and your guy is still a 72. It makes no sense. So anyways, it's all microtransactions. So they kind of ruined the single player, but franchise mode's where it's at for me in that game anyways, and some online here and there. So I'm really looking forward to it. Not looking forward to how bad the Bucks are going to probably be rated in the game, but second player, Kyle Kuzma. Look, Miles Turner should be rated higher than him. I hope he better be rated higher than Kuzma, but
he's usually like 80, around 80, 82.
Yeah,
for Series 1.
We're paying him $27 million. So
yeah.
To be our second best player, and he doesn't score. So whatever.
When I saw the trailer for WWE and I saw it was running in 60 FPS, it gave me
that's the thing that gives
more confidence.
Yeah, because it's the same, not the same studio, but the same company anyways. So I was like, if that's running at 60, this will probably be 60. And I hope it just stays that way at least until PlayStation 6 comes out.
Yeah.
But we'll see. It probably will be even past that because they're going to keep supporting PS5 and Switch 2 and everything else for years. So
I wonder if in their mind, was it easier to make a Nintendo Switch 2 build from the ground up or work with some Nintendo Switch code and just soup it up than port another version, kind of like what we saw with Harry Potter. That version running on Nintendo Switch 2 is based off of the Nintendo Switch build that they souped up. It's not the Xbox One or PS4 build that was converted. And we saw that this is another one that's making me think, what about Mortal Kombat? Mortal Kombat on Nintendo Switch, that was its own build that they made directly for that system. I was speaking of MK1 specifically. If they port that one to Nintendo Switch 2, is it going to be a souped up version of it or re-scrap the whole x86 architecture from Xbox, PlayStation, and then port that over? So it's kind of an interesting thing. Nintendo Switch 2, I expect to be, in a large part, the best-selling console for multiple months going forward. So it could very well become the new, let's build the game here and port elsewhere. But if the architecture is too different, at least there'll be incentive to build your own version on that if they see this is the best way that we can make more money. That's what developers had to do on Wii, but Wii was a very different beast because the power level was far different and the audience was far different. The audience is starting to blend a lot together now on Nintendo Switch and on PlayStation and Xbox, because you cannot not blend when you've got 155 million people owning the thing. But Nintendo Switch 2, the level of parity is closer, but is it close enough and is the architecture comparable enough to make it easy enough to port or incentivize to just make your own thing from scratch? I want to see how this NBA, because the last NBA game I bought was NBA Playgrounds on Nintendo Switch, which I think was like a 17 or 18 title. Do you remember that one?
Yeah,
NBA Playgrounds.
I have it.
Smaller game, but pretty fun. Like, it was early life. So, like you said, Steve, the WWE 2K26, if I'm saying that correctly, that bodes well for this, because it looks like it's an effort title, you know?
Yeah.
We'll see, though. But hard to see how these developers are going to play things.
Gamebird, are you going to hoop it up?
You're muted, buddy.
I know I was testing you, and you passed
fucker.
flawlessly.
It's a
Anyways,
mutiny.
as I was saying, this one is actually one that I'm probably gonna pass up. Hell yeah.
See, that works. That works, but the other sound effect wouldn't play. It's so stupid.
That was weird. But yeah, this one I'm probably gonna pass on. I haven't bought a basketball game since NBA Jam, my favorite basketball game.
Yeah.
And when and if they bring NBA Jam back, I will be there day one for it. So I'm here to swear that. But I just, you know, I don't even know what team I'd play if I picked this game up. I haven't watched basketball since Jordan, Pippen, and Rodman all played together in the 90s.
Well, they are in the game.
Golden days.
They do have the classic teams.
Okay. However,
Yeah, the full team's there.
listen, I don't know. Maybe we should do a basketball night. Help get me back into the sport, because it's a rad
Wow.
sport. I haven't
haven't.
watched in a
Well,
long.
we're
I
at
haven't-
PAX West. Just saying.
What's that?
We'll be able to play it at PAX West. It'll be out.
Oh yeah, there you
It
go.
comes out
All right.
on the 29th at, I think, was it 9?
Yeah, I think 9. Yeah.
Y'all
So-
could recreate the Nintendo Switch commercial together. Play some Mario Kart
Oh,
in the
yeah.
back of a van. Then
Oh,
play NBA
yeah.
on the bench.
Totally could.
Throw down
should.
some
We should
platoon.
do that. That's actually a great idea, Paul.
The local park shoots some hoops and we stop to play 2K. Oh, that'd be
Oh
sick.
man, you can do it.
I'm gonna pre-order it, so I'll be able to. I'll get the 7 days early access for the. I'm gonna
Yeah.
pre-order the Superstar Edition,
Oh,
so
nice.
I'll be able to pre-download it and pre-install it, which is key, especially when we're gonna be on like, who knows what
On
kind
tour.
of hotel internet. Yeah, dude, you
Right.
don't want to download 2K on hotel internet on a Nintendo Switch, because the Switch already downloads stuff slow. You know what I mean?
That
It would
sounds
literally
like,
take 24 hours, probably.
that sounds like marital issues, is what that sounds like.
Yeah, I ain't messing
Um,
with that.
But yeah, no, this one I'm probably gonna pass on. That being said, I think this is awesome. Like, this is awesome news. There's no denying that. The fact that we're getting a big AAA sports game that's a current gen version, not this cut up, botched version to cater to a different demographic, is a good sign for things to come.
Mhm.
And
Yep.
we're a month in to Switch 2, basically, you know, give or take. This is a good sign for things to come. So I'm waiting to see that this kind of like these sort of stories to start to trickle onto other developers, other sports titles, you know, Call of Duty, which we've talked about on the podcast, and other big AAA games without the compromise. And then the most interesting thing that I'm hoping for is the day and date stuff. That's the big one.
I think so too, Game. But I was gonna say that because it's like we're getting Madden same day,
Yeah,
which is a really big deal.
that's a
Right.
huge deal.
And then now we're getting 2K the same day, and I just didn't know if we would get 2K the same day. I really didn't.
Yeah.
That was something I was like cautiously holding my breath for. Like, I was kind of like mentally preparing that we might not get it the same day. It might not hit till October, end of October, right when the season starts. So I was surprised today to see that we're getting that day and date. But yeah, I think that should give us like all confidence, right, for some of the other big third-party titles.
Absolutely. And I just think that like day and date is such a big thing. Lots of people have Switch and another console. Not everyone, but a lot of people do. Yeah. And so when we're not getting these big third-party games on the Switch for a year or a year and a half down the road, if it's a game you really want to play, and there's social games you play with friends, you're going to get it right away. One more thing, and then to you, Nate. But I see the Switch actually doing really well for these kinds of games. If we're getting the full versions without compromises, I mean, it's a hybrid portable console that can link up to, you can link 8 consoles together and play sports socially with friends. That's a big advantage. They just need it to look just good enough and run fantastic. That's all they need. And it's a recipe for a win. Go ahead, Nate.
I was going to point out, I don't think the Superstar Edition's on Switch 2. It's only announced for PlayStation, Xbox, and PC right now.
Are you on the
I was on their
2K's
official
website?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was on there earlier too. I read somewhere. I'll try and find it later, okay?
Yeah.
But I did read somewhere that all the editions are coming to Switch too. So I will say that for anyone who's interested, right, in buying this, I was asked a couple of questions today on Twitter, specifically about the Switch 2 edition. And just so everyone knows, right, physically, the only edition that you can buy in stores is the standard edition. This goes for all consoles.
Yep.
It's coming on a game key card. The game is over 64 gigs. I think, personally, we're lucky that we're even getting a game key card with 2K. I was actually surprised. I thought it would be a code in the box. So I would count this as a W. I'm not even picking it up, though. I'm not planning to pick it up physically because, again, I'm planning to pre-order the Superstar Edition and get it a week early, which obviously if you buy it physically, you're not getting it a week early because it's coming out on release date. So you have to buy it digitally. And then the WNBA version is a GameStop exclusive. If you want Angela Reese on the cover there. And the Superstar Edition and the other one, they have some weird name for it this year that I keep forgetting.
Leave No Doubt Edition.
Yeah, the Leave No Doubt Edition. Both of those are digital only. So there will be no physical game for that. Back in the day, they used to have a physical edition for that. I know the last Legend Edition, like a couple of years ago when they did the Kobe Bryant one, like I own that. I have it still factory sealed. Like I bought an extra one because it's Kobe Bryant collector's item.
Yes, it is.
I don't recall if they did a physical edition of Legend after that. That might have been the last one. I don't know why I can't recall. Maybe it was 2K22, but at any rate, that's just another sign that things are going digital. Right? We have one version on store shelves. And I presume we're lucky to have that at this point. So Eric, you will be playing it?
Yeah, I'll probably play it at Nate's. I don't know if I'll pick it up myself, but Nate and I normally sit down and
play the sports games.
Play sports games together. Yeah.
Yeah.
Guys, can I ask you a sports related question? You're all sports. Are you a sports person, Paul?
Somewhat, a little bit.
Yeah. So Paul and I are on the same page, but I genuinely have a question. my son, it's on topic. My youngest, he's starting basketball. He just had his very first practice. He's 8 years old. He's like super stoked, but he wants to watch the games. Things have changed a lot since I used to watch sports.
Good luck.
And from what I can find, like it seems like there's no go-to streaming service or app just to watch, basketball, baseball, hockey, like
I was
all
just
the
talking
games.
about this today.
So what do I do? My son wants to watch basketball games. What do I do, guys? Help me.
All right,
Help me
so
be
I
a
can
good
explain
dad.
this. So I was literally just talking about this a few hours ago. So the Legend Edition of 2K used to come with NBA League Pass. It does not anymore. Starting this year, it doesn't. And I think I know why, because NBA League Pass is going to be an absolute shit show. And here's why. This is the first year, this coming season, where the new TV contract is coming into play. And so TNT, as we know, the TNT crew, they're moving over to ABC and ESPN. So the games are going to be on ABC, ESPN. Then they're introducing Amazon Prime. Then they're introducing NBC. NBC's back. NBA and NBC. And Peacock. Now, you guys might say, Steve, NBC and Peacock's the same thing. Yes, I know. Fully aware. However, they're going to make like 50 games exclusive to Peacock, to the app. Then they're going to have some on NBC. And again, some people might be like, Steve, ABC and ESPN, they're both owned by Disney. Like they're all the same. Yes, I know. However, you're going to need both channels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is evil, dude.
So they
is
used to have games on
this
NBA
is-
TV also. NBA
The barrier
TV is
of
out of the
entry
equation now.
Way too high for me. How are people supposed to get into sports again?
Dude,
Well,
trust me.
This is an instance where I'd be totally cool with a monopoly. Just
So-
one company having everything.
the question is for me, what does he want to watch? Does he just care about the local team? Because that's an easier solution to fix. If you only care about your
Maybe,
local
yeah,
team.
maybe Lakers, maybe just where I can watch.
Yeah, like if he
Lakers
just
games.
cares about Lakers or Clippers, like there you can get like a local TV package that'll have like all the games or most of the games.
Yeah.
Because like I have Direct TV right now, and it's literally just so I can watch like Brewers and Bucks games because it has all the local games. But there's every now and then a national game that's on some stupid service like Peacock that I'm like, well, thank God Eric has Peacock so I can fucking watch it.
Because it will black out for you.
That'll literally black out on my TV, even though it's a local game. Like, dude, you're playing in Milwaukee. What the fuck?
Well, here's the
I went to
kicker.
watch. Oh, go ahead.
So, like Nate said, it'll black out, right? And I have to deal with that too. And I buy the Phoenix Suns app. We have a streaming app that our owner, Matt Ishbia, introduced 2 seasons ago, right? And it's been great because I don't watch TV. And so for me to be able to just buy this, it's great. However, we don't get all the games either because of the national TV horse shit.
The stupid blackouts, yeah.
The problem now is that they have increased the amount of national games that are nationally televised, I think, by about 30% going into this season. Because now you got to account for, hey, we got Amazon now, Peacock, NBC, ABC, ESPN. So the amount of blackouts thus is going to increase
Yeah.
by that percentage, 30%.
Especially if you're like a Lakers fan,
Right.
where they have a lot of nationally televised.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Their team's
So-
on national TV all the time.
So I have a bunch of this is the last point because I know we got to get back to Nintendo, but I will forget by the time of the end of the podcast, so might as well just ask now. So I have a bunch of streaming services, but I went to watch with my wife a Dodgers game, and of course I could watch all the baseball games except for the Dodgers. Like none of the apps give me access to the Dodgers. I'm like, that's my local team. What the hell?
Yeah, total
I-
horseshit.
Yeah, because
Why
they're
do I
probably
want to?
from local
Why do I
network.
want to watch the Celtics?
They're probably
You
tied
know,
from local network that's
or
only
not the
available on
Celtics,
cable
but
TV.
the Red Sox.
Yeah,
That's
no,
okay.
that's
You went to one of
sports
the last
today.
3 games from the Dodgers, anyways. We took care of business. Sorry about that. I swept them. Just saying.
Yeah, I would honestly though, I'd find out what your kid wants to watch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
If I know
that
what he
local
wants to
package.
watch, and then that's like if he just cares about Lakers or whatever, then just find out where a majority of the Lakers games are, and then that's what you go for.
Yeah.
But if he wants to watch just a wide smorgasbord, oh boy,
Bust out the credit card.
I mean, you might as well just get like normal basic sports cable TV and just say, hey, whatever game's on ESPN, that's what you're watching tonight.
Well,
Right.
maybe
You'll
we
be a
teach
fan of
him.
what you can watch.
Yeah.
Maybe we teach him how to use Streams East.
Yeah.
Streams East, baby.
I had a problem
It's,
with
it's
that
not
after-
illegal. It's not illegal unless you're hosting the stream.
Yeah.
Someone said
I
in
had
chat.
a problem with that when I tried using it during the playoffs because like so many people were trying to use it because it's such fucking bullshit to get these games. But these are fucking playoff games. It shouldn't be that hard to fucking get them. Why am I blacked out for a playoff game? And then
Well,
you go on there and then fucking there's so many people trying to use it. They're like, yeah, sorry, we
I
can't
know.
give this to
I've
you.
seen that happen too. But then you remember that website that Mike shared with us?
Yeah,
Dude, I still use it. It still
Oh.
works.
I didn't.
Are you talking about illegal cable?
No, not even. Like, it's
I
really
mean,
not.
Look, I'm not sitting here telling you what you should be or should not be doing. I will not be hosting anything illegal in my house.
Yeah, I mean, I will.
If someone wants to send it to me,
Someone
Dude.
in chat said to watch all NFL games for the full season would be like
the
$1,500.
funny thing is these websites are like
Yeah.
widely known and still not
Cheaper to
checked
go to
out.
the game.
They
I
must be
know.
hosted
Right.
or something. Maybe
Here's the
hosted
thing,
somewhere
man.
where anything about it.
Like, I buy the Suns streaming package, but for all the other games that you guys black out, I will definitely watch those on Streams East or anywhere else because I'm not going to miss them. But like, man, they've made it extremely difficult.
I'm
and
trying
they are extremely
to
greedy. This is
Yeah.
extreme greed, man. So they can fuck right off. That's
Yeah.
exactly how I feel.
Preach.
Yeah, for the most part, between Eric and me, I have access to most of these services to be able to watch it. But there's always like that one random one. Like, oh, it's on Amazon, but I go to Amazon Prime and it's blacked out for me. How's it blacked out for me? It's my local team, and you said I have to watch it on Amazon. So where the fuck can I watch it? Oh, you can't. In your little area, you must only listen to the radio. Well, there's no amount
You're
of
not
money
allowed
I
to
can
watch
spend-
your own teams.
Yeah,
What do you?
there's
yeah.
nothing I
Don't
can
be
spend money
ridiculous.
on to watch this team. Are you fucking kidding me right now? The Streams East it is, motherfucker. What the
Yeah.
fuck? I'm trying to buy the games.
Yeah, exactly, man. They make it difficult. So it's their fault. And it's all because of money, greed.
People are complaining about video game prices. Holy hell!
Oh, dude, the sports world's all
Exactly.
no, the reason the sports world's getting all fucked up is it's one of the last bastions of live TV that people care about. And so now it's getting piecemeal because everyone wants a piece of it.
Sure.
The problem with getting piecemeal is now it's spreading out to too many things that people can't either afford to get them all. I'm lucky that I can't afford it. But then it gets so fucked up in how they're doing it that they start blacking out networks that shouldn't be blacked out.
Yeah.
It's anyways, whatever.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Sorry.
All
Yeah.
that
Sorry to
could-
derail.
I did not see
that.
derailing into that
Yeah,
conversation.
no,
Well, I will say though, one other thing though with sports
You got
is-
swept. I understand.
is that I hope this means MLB The Show is going to be like a next gen version as well. I'm
Oh, I hope
expecting
so.
it.
Well, hey guys, when are we getting a new Griffey game?
Never.
King Giffrey Jr.'s winning run in
Never.
Slugfest. Yeah,
Never.
never, man, never. Yeah, sadly, that'd be cool.
All
And
right.
we got
Um,
Tony Hawk remakes.
Yeah,
Just saying.
All right, so outside of this, Monolith Soft Tokyo,
Ooh,
they've been on a hiring spree, and they've been explaining in detail on social media what exactly they're looking for. So all of this, of course, is admittance that they're working on a large scale RPG. And obviously this isn't shocking they have made 4 Xenoblade games, and they originated as a team at Square, making, of course, RPGs. That's what Square does. It's what they do best, let's say. So the question is, this is a big question. I think this is one we probably all thought about. Is it going to be another Xenoblade game? Or is it this new mysterious IP that they've been working on forever that we've heard about, but we know nothing about? And when is it coming? That's a big one. Like, when is this coming out? What do we think? Because Xenoblade, we got Chronicles X. That was it earlier this year, right?
Yep.
March 20th, right?
Yep.
And as we know, there is that 60 FPS option that I expect at some point. I expect that Switch 2 edition. That's why it's still sitting there. I'm waiting for that. I want to play that baby optimized.
That makes 2 of us.
But talking new games, the last one was 3. How long ago was that again? When they had it all fully wrapped up? Because I think that'll give us a good idea, right, of how many years they've had.
I feel like it was a couple years ago, 2 or 3 years ago.
Xenoblade 3 DLC wrapped up in 2023.
Yeah, 2 years ago.
And the game
And we
itself
think
was
they
July
have the full team.
2022.
And they've done, let me see, they had Xenoblade 2 in 2017, then they did Definitive Edition in 2019, and then obviously X in 2025.
I don't think they had the full team because we know that the Monolith team helps with Zelda, and we know that they also helped work on Mario Kart World.
Well, Monolith has, I can't remember, it's like 4 or 5 teams.
Sure.
And like 3 of them are like support teams.
Sure.
And then 2 of them are internal dev teams. Now, one of those teams we know has factually, because Monolith Soft has just said it out loud in interviews, been working on whatever this new IP is. We don't know what it is. We have that one image and some brief mentions of it, and that's about it. And then obviously they have their Xenoblade team. And both of those teams supposedly are located in the Tokyo office. And that's where these hirings are happening. So we don't know which team it's for or what but they've been detailing it on social media, like they themselves said we're hiring for a large scale RPG. Okay, well, that's cool. That's kind of all you guys make. Way to just tell everyone nothing. Hey, we're hiring for doing the thing that we've been doing for decades.
Yeah.
That said, I don't know what it's going to be. Obviously, an easy one to go to is Xenoblade. Like, just go to Xenoblade. That's their bread and butter. The way the series kind of wrapped up with 3 really doesn't feel like it'd be like a Xenoblade 4 situation. It had to be like a new arc, or they'd have to continue Xenoblade Chronicles X. Maybe that's why they came back. Maybe they're going to continue that arc with something else. Or maybe it's that fabled new RPG. And for me personally, I'm going to be excited either way because Monolith Soft knows how to maximize hardware. Yeah. Holy shit. So imagining what they're going to, like, besides the Zelda team, this is the other team at Nintendo I'm excited to see, just from a visual perspective, what they do with this hardware. Gameplay wise, yeah, that's all going to be all cool. Personally, I'm kind of hoping it's the new IP. One, because it would be nice to see Monolith Soft cook on something that isn't just it's not really tied to what they did before Nintendo, but it kind of is, because still in the Xeno series of stuff. They kind of stayed in their lane with that a bit. I know it's actually way different than Xenosaga and stuff, but they were the ones doing that stuff, so they kind of stayed in that lane. I want to see what they do with a brand new IP, and also because what happens with the brand new IP is whatever mechanics or whatever stuff they use in their battle system and everything will be reintroduced, and I think it's easier to get people into a new IP when everyone's learning the mechanics at once, rather than the Xenoblade series where it seemingly got a little bit more complex with each new entry, and it kind of just expected you to play the prior ones to get it. And if you hadn't, if you just jumped right into Xenoblade 3, guys, and you never played 1 or 2, it's overwhelming, to say the least. Extremely overwhelming. They throw so much at you so fast because they just expect you to have already played the prior 2 games. So that's one thing that excites me about a new IP is I think that actually opens up new doors for them, especially if it's as visually pleasing as I think it might be. That's going to open up a huge audience to be like, hey, Nintendo's pushing visuals. We got to check this one out. This is the one.
So, do we think it would have anything to do with Xenoblade? Because you mentioned the arc's kind of, it would have to be a new arc. So, do we think it's going to be within the world, or?
I'll just jump in because my guess kind of pertains to what you're asking, Stash. Okay. I think the least likely scenario, and I could be way off with this. This is just my personal opinion. I think the least likely scenario is a Xenoblade Chronicles 4. I think their next game is a new IP. I think that means one of two things. I think that means a new Xeno game, not Xenoblade, a brand new Xeno world. We've gotten Xenogears. We've gotten Xenosaga. We've gotten Xenoblade. There could be a new Xeno world that's separate from the previous three. Obviously, there's Easter eggs in Xenoblade. We've got Cosmos, as you know, you can do the what do you call them? Gotcha mechanics with Cosmos and Xenoblade Chronicles 2. So there's Easter eggs, but they are separate entities. So I would count a new Xeno game as a new IP. Whether it's a brand new creation without any Xeno in the name, I have no idea, but I'm leaning towards one of those two. I don't think it's Xenoblade 4. The other thing about this that I think is exciting, and I touched on this in my recent upload, and I think as well on one of our shows, Monolith is getting way more popular with every release that they pump out.
Yeah.
And I think whatever they have next is good enough or big enough to be a holiday title, whether it's this holiday, whether it's next holiday or the holiday after. I don't know. I feel like they're just growing in popularity and fame. Xenoblade is getting more beloved and more critically acclaimed as the series goes on. Like Nate said, I cannot wait to see what these teams cook up on Switch 2's hardware. Just giving them more power, more resources to work with. They already pushed the Switch 1 to its absolute limit, creating these massive, expansive, stunning worlds, despite some, visual ugliness in handheld mode. But, that's not a Monolith issue. That was just limitations of the hardware. Whatever it is, I think it's going to be huge, and I think it's going to be Monolith's most popular and probably best-selling game to date, is my opinion.
That sounds right. I think all the things you're looking forward to is what I'm looking forward to. That goes for both what you guys said, is when it comes to the graphics, right? I can't wait to see what they cook up. Eric, what are your thoughts there?
I don't play Xeno games at all. Never played one. They look fantastic, but RPGs are not really my style. But I always like new games, new ideas. So that's kind of what I'm kind of leaning towards, is hopefully, something new that comes out that sets a bar for something and, kind of brings up the RPG genre and expands on it and, makes it different. That's kind of what I'm hoping for. Maybe it'd be something that I'll even pick up.
Right? Yeah,
But-
that'd be nice.
Mhm.
Paul, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, this is a team that I'm really excited to see what they do next, because aside from being a really good acquisition of like $50 million, which is chump change for Nintendo, and especially when you compare it to some of these other studios that cost in the billions, Nintendo definitely got a lot of quality talent from this team. And they've always done really well with the hardware that they've had. And this is by far the most powerful, and the most powerful in comparison, because it's always going to be more powerful as time goes on, even if it's a tiny jump, but it's the most powerful in comparison to what is modern also available. So we're going to see something that's really special, I think, from them, building on everything that they've done before. All of the clever gameplay mechanics are going to be there. Their ability to tell compelling stories and come up with awesome characters, it's all going to be there. But now the performance is going to be unhinged. Now we're gonna probably get like something very smooth, even more grand in visuals. Xenoblade Chronicles 3, I thought, was a very good looking game. Even if this game is just a little bit better looking, a little bit tighter, a little bit better textures, and a solid 60 and at 4K, that's going to be pretty solid for a lot of folks, especially if the game is high quality. But I think it's going to be even past that. But I go back and forth. Like, I don't think it's going to be, if it's called Xenoblade Chronicles, I think it's kind of like how Xenoblade Chronicles X was, of the same name, but nothing to really do with 1, 2, and 3. You know what I mean? Where if they feel like, you know what, we have something in the name of Xenoblade Chronicles that if we continue it in time, it will be and have the notoriety of Final Fantasy, of Super Mario, of The Legend of Zelda, of Fire Emblem, which even Fire Emblem took a long time. Or do they want to have something new, which is now considered a different IP? So in the future, we have Xenoblade that we could continue, but we also have the adventure of blank, or like so-and-so Exodus. Like, whatever kind of clever, cool name the heroine is. If it is that, female protagonist, seemingly, that looked like that knight, with the dragon in the background. We're all talking about that same image, right? That's been around for like 8 years. Yeah. That's a cool looking piece of art that I would like to see that. Whether that's the main heroine of this new Xenoblade Chronicles game, or I kind of wouldn't mind them seeing them do like an alternative to Zelda that is more RPG than action adventure. So call it adventure RPG or something like that. That's very story driven, which Zelda has story, but more story driven, like more Xenoblade in terms of story and big old cutscenes and all this back end stuff. But gameplay mechanics, whether it's turn based or pseudo gameplay, turn-based action, kind of like a Final Fantasy VII remake-ish, whatever. I don't care. Something just new to take off. But I don't know. And I'm like, here, Nintendo's, you're gambling a little bit with Metroid Prime 4, because you'll always have some people that say, but is it coming in too late because I didn't play 1, 2, and 3? And some people that say, dude, this looks incredible. I don't care. You always have that, where some people will look at Xenoblade Chronicles 4. Oh, man, looks awesome. But am I going to be lost on 1, 2, and 3? Right. Or are there enough people out there, like, by the time Final Fantasy VII came out, no, dude, that thing was the hottest thing of 1997, right next to GoldenEye 007 and Star Fox 64. Yeah. Nobody cared that, like, they didn't play 1, 2, 3 or 1, 2, 3 again, or 4, 5, 6. Like, nope, that was it. Yeah. So is Xenoblade strong enough that they could just do 4, call it 4, but be so different that it's just, it just called Xenoblade for the heck of it, but it has nothing to do with that stuff? I don't know. It's you continue to build the brand, or you start a new brand and you have the old brand come back later. I'm tossed on a few different possibilities of what it may be. I don't know what's the best for them, but I am so in, regardless of whether it's a big 5-person team RPG kind of game or something more actiony, like an alternative to Zelda for the more RPG crowd. Is that In and Out? Yeah, it is In and Out, huh?
Every damn time Stash shows up with candy and sodas and burgers.
Nice 3x3.
Are you fucking kidding me right now?
Right? Bro, it's burger time. Come on, man.
Oh, yeah, okay. I didn't even put 2 and 2 together. That's okay.
That's it. I'm ordering a burger. God damn.
Yeah, I'm excited though. I think it's going to be epic. I think it's going to be big. And I think, I forgot which one of you said it. Maybe it was Gamebird and Thunder said. Maybe you both said it. But I think it's high enough of a quality game, regardless of what it freaking is, that it could stand as that November 20th, 2026 title.
Yeah,
absolutely. I agree.
Just pick the right name. Honestly, I think the game's going to wow people over, regardless of what it's called.
I got a question for you guys. The art that you're talking about, is it the one where people found like the little Triforce like in the stone? There's like it looks like there's a Triforce etched in the stone. It's like a female kind of like paladin looking character. Is that the art that you're talking about? Because If it is, I remember when this concept art came out, people were speculating like, oh my gosh, are they working on a Zelda game? And or some sort of a Zelda spinoff. And I gotta say, like, one of my dreams as a hardcore, I mean, obviously Zelda is my favorite series of all time. One of my dreams for a new Zelda game or some sort of a Zelda spinoff is to get a full-on like turn-based Zelda RPG that extremely narrative driven, you know, like you would expect from most traditional turn-based RPGs, and have it be a spinoff. You know, it's really cool what they've done with Warriors, but man, just imagine just like an epic, a full-blown 70, 80-hour turn-based epic with an overworld, and you know, you have your party mates that have like, you know, the job systems, and there's the Goron areas and the Zora areas and the Gerudo areas, and just this gorgeous, expansive, story-driven RPG. Would you guys be into that? Do you even think that's something that's possible in the future?
Can you look in the private chat? Can you?
Yes, let me look.
See if that's the image, because that's a thing that, like,
I think this is the one. There's another piece of it that shows like a temple, like a stone temple. Yeah, it's like wider, and it looks like there's like a Triforce carved into one of the stones that someone found when zoomed in. But I'm just curious your guys' thoughts on that, because that's something that like I've dreamed of since a little kid.
Oh, yeah. It was when we didn't have, or no, actually, I guess it did come out. Yeah. It was after beating Ocarina of Time and then playing Final Fantasy VII and seeing like, okay, I loved Ocarina of Time more. That was my favorite game ever for 20 years. But I really appreciated the spectacle of the FMV as a kid going from the 8-bit, 16-bit generation into full motion video. I loved FMV. Like, wow, that was so cool. So I thought, as neat as it was to have Link in the Temple of Time and become an adult and all that kind of stuff, one day it would be nice to have a very cinematic, story-driven, voice-acted Zelda game that's maybe a little bit smaller in the grandness of where you explore, but a little bit more honed in on the dynamics of the story-drivenness of it. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Playing a little bit different. It could be a total spin-off. Yeah. But these days, Zelda games, I mean, they've already satisfied like the FMV, portion of Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, and plenty of them. Especially if you want to listen to the Age of Imprisonment multiple times.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The FMV was a massive deal back in the day.
Absolutely.
And I know I've said, like, just in video game conversation before, I've used the term FMV, and I've had people look at me that are younger, like, what are you talking about? What's FMV? I'm like, bro, full motion video. Like, this is a huge deal.
You see that Final Fantasy VIII ballroom dancing scene, and that kind of stuff just sticks with you for a long time.
I still remember the Final Fantasy VII commercial, right, from back in the day, and obviously, I think the commercial was possibly completely FMV. And I just remember, even back then, when it comes to like the console war stuff, people who had just PlayStation were talking like mad shit to Nintendo fans, and the argument was Final Fantasy VII. Like, look at what it can do. This full motion video. Nintendo can't do FMV on cartridges, even though they could later on. They could do like some, but it wasn't on the scale of what you could get with a CD-ROM back in the day. So, yeah, that was a huge deal, man.
Yeah, glad
you brought that up.
I posted the image in the chat. This is the one I was thinking of. It's from the same hiring run with the concept art.
Oh yeah.
I might be remembering incorrectly, but I do feel like, I don't know if it was like Game Explain or someone finding like a Triforce carved into one of the bricks. and like speculating, like, oh my gosh, is Monolith obviously, come to find out they've.
I see what you mean. I see it too.
It looks like the goddess statue too
Oh, yeah.
in that concept art. But yeah, Stash, when you stepped away, I was talking about like imagine the likelihood of Monolith's new IP being a Zelda spinoff, but them putting together a very narrative-driven turn-based RPG in the Zelda universe. And like for me, that's been a dream since I was a kid. You get different party members that join the quest and a job system with skill trees and just very story heavy.
It's called Xenolink.
Xenolink.
It's called Xenolink.
That'd be so cool. I mean, when Nintendo dropped, Super Mario RPG in 96, like that was a huge deal.
Absolutely.
Right? Because you took a platformer and now it's a turn-based. We have a turn-based RPG. And I feel like if they ever did that with The Legend of Zelda, it would be as impactful as that. It'd be massive.
I mean,
especially with Zelda, I think it lends more to it.
Absolutely. And I don't think it's impossible. I mean, when you think about it, I mean, I would have way more expected something like that over a Zelda Dynasty Warriors game or a Zelda rhythm game, a Zelda rhythm indie game for that matter. You know what I mean? So who knows? But I mean,
like
Xenoblade would
put Hyrule.
Yeah, Cadence of Hyrule. Monolith would be the team to do it, I suppose.
Yeah,
if it ever happened.
And there satisfies our want in having a new Zelda title earlier than not in the Nintendo Switch 2 generation. I mean, that's how you potentially have some kind of grand remake that Nintendo put a lot of time into, like Ocarina of Time for the series' 40th anniversary. But it wouldn't be an entirely new game unless if they really put a lot into it. But even then, if they totally Resident Evil 4'd Ocarina of Time, is still a remake at the end of the day, which I would love. I mean, I wouldn't complain at all. But if what's to come shortly after that is this potential Monolith Soft Zelda RPG kind of adventure thing, it's a different type of Zelda game, but it gives Nintendo's other team in Japan a little bit longer to have like a 2030 new big Zelda adventure game proper.
Yeah.
Hard to say, so many possibilities because Nintendo is their strongest yet. And when they're this powerful, I think they could take a little bit more chances because not
Absolutely.
every game has to be a success. They know like, this game is probably only going to sell like 1.2 million, but it's fine because it's a passion project that we want to do, and it's cool. It's cool,
Yeah.
because they're not struggling.
A Nintendo that takes chances is my favorite Nintendo too. Some like obviously the Warriors games aren't my favorite kinds of games. They're fun. They're fun to dabble in, but like just the fact that that's a thing is so cool. It's like those are the announcements that really make you go like, holy shit, what the hell? Mario and Rabbids and stuff like that. Wild stuff. But
For sure. You guys have anything else you want to add before we move on to the next topic?
No.
All right.
I totally thought that was you breathing, Paul.
Right?
It is. I'm not excited over Zelda and Monolith.
Oh man. Okay. Eric, what's our next topic?
Okay. So Switch 2 has been out for about a month, a little bit over. I was gonna say a year, but no, it's not that. I can't even get there, right? How are we feeling about it? What's its strengths? What's its weaknesses? Have you played more than one game, unlike me? Yeah. That's where we're at. I mean, I'll just go first because I don't have a whole lot to say. I'm liking it so far. I've only played Mario Kart, so there's that, which is I got a love-hate relationship with that game. Hey, I did beat a whole lot more knockout rounds this today than I have in a while, so it today was a love day.
Nice.
But yeah, no, I'm gonna be venturing off here probably into some other games soon. I bought Ruffy. So I'm gonna play that.
Nice.
And then from there, maybe going back and playing a little bit of some other stuff from from Switch 1 just to see what the, how it handles on Switch 2 versus, what it did in the original.
Cool.
Yeah. Paul, what are your thoughts?
I was wondering, could this end up becoming my new favorite console of all time? And I don't give that title very just willy-nilly to games or to systems, because it has to be really impactful in its own right per that generation, have something special to it. Like, even though Nintendo 64, I know it's not the best system ever. It was my favorite system ever until Nintendo Switch came out, because I was that impressionable 12 to 13 age. I was a kid. I went from D-pad to analog, from sprites to polygons, from very limited voice acting to more voice acting, from no rumble to rumble, from 2 players to 4 players, from all these games that I was playing for 11 years at that point in 2D to 3D. The jump per franchise was tremendous, from Mario to 3D, from Star Fox to 3D, from Zelda to 3D, from Donkey Kong to 3D. And the multiplayer component in GoldenEye, nothing was like it. Star Fox 64, Mario Kart 64, Mario Party. Like, I could go on and on, and wrestling games. And there was a lot to it. And even though it didn't have the biggest library, it had the games, it had the sauce, it had the right era for me. Nintendo Switch topped that, which is very impressive, because there were systems that came out in between those two that had better, bigger libraries with more third-party support, more Nintendo support, etc. But Nintendo Switch had that secret sauce where here I am in my 30s, and it captured the magic all over again. New games ended up becoming the best entries in those franchises ever, in terms of like Breath of the Wild and Super Smash Bros. Ultimate and Animal Crossing. And I think Super Mario Odyssey also topped it for me. And like the return of some dormant things like Metroid, somewhat dormant, and we got Dread, and then we're getting 4. So like Nintendo Switch did it. Anyways, I know I'm kind of deviating from the basic question. What do I think of Nintendo Switch 2? But like right away, it would be too easy to say, yeah, Nintendo Switch 2 is probably going to be my favorite because it's backwards compatible and it already has access to 5,000 games. I can't just give it the backwards compatibility, because new tech will always have the ability to, if the developer puts that in it. Doesn't mean that an SNES can play NES games, but you know what I mean? Like, for quite a while, developers have been able to do this kind of stuff. But dang, all of these Nintendo Switch games are playable, and from the base, in better visuals, in better frame rate, in faster loading, in a key several dozen of them, given patches to actually have even more of a significant leap forward. The parity of Nintendo Switch to third-party games to what the competition has is the closest it's been, as it was in the GameCube, PS2, Xbox era, where I think in this case you might have like the Nintendo Switch 2 version of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4 is the PlayStation 2 version of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3, and then the Nintendo and then like the Xbox Series PlayStation 5 version of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4 is the GameCube and Xbox version of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3. Basically, marginal difference. You're still getting the same game, same basic graphics, same basic loading. Yeah, this little bit better, a little bit that better, but like that did not detract in the slightest people from not getting the PS2. I mean, the PS2 sold 159 million units compared to like the 24, 22 million. So in that regard, I think it's not going to matter if the Nintendo Switch 2 builds technically of Street Fighter 6 and etc. have a little bit less fidelity. Like, dude, unless if I want to get mad, unless if I want to get angry and say, yeah, dude, I had to switch HDMIs, in which I did this with I had Street Fighter 6 running on Nintendo Switch 2, PlayStation 5, and Xbox Series X. Why do I have all 3 versions? I'm a Street Fighter nut. Don't ask me. But I had all 3. And I was playing the Nintendo Switch 2 version, like, gosh, damn, this is good. This is fantastic. I mean, I love Street Fighter so much. And I switched to the next HDMI. I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, okay. So I do see the difference. But boy, when I'm in Street Fighter 6 mode and I'm playing on Nintendo Switch 2, you are not getting any complaints from me in the graphics, in the loading, in the frame rate, no drops, no issues with controls. It is amazing. And when I switch over, okay, I see that there is a difference. And then I'm enjoying it all over again. And then certain stages, okay, there are some more characters in the background, but like, it's not good versus bad. It's great versus slightly better. And that's where you really want to be. It's not this disparity of like, oh, tolerable and awesome. It's really freaking cool and just a little bit more really freaking cool. And that's where Nintendo Switch 2 has been in my third-party experience. And kind of like Nate, I don't know about you guys if you played Split Fiction previously, but Nate, we did not. That game came out only 3 months earlier on PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series, so I don't even have a point of reference of, and I have friends that worked on Split Fiction, which is really cool, so I knew about that game for a while in advance, and so I'm really happy that I got to play it now. But I'm not even, it's so good that I'm not like, oh man, I wonder how much better it would look if I just had bought this 3 months earlier on PS5. It hasn't even crossed my mind. The game is so good. It looks good. It runs well. It's smooth. It's loading fine. The game is absolutely brilliant, and that's a modern day, like AAA quality game. Split Fiction is totally one of my Game of the Year contenders. Like, I love it, regardless of where you play it. I just happen to say, I'm going to wait 3 months or so because I know this one's going to come on Nintendo Switch 2. And sure enough, then it officially was announced. But like, it's so good that, I mean, probably if I picked it up on PS5 or Xbox Series X or a demo, and then I did that whole HDMI thing, I imagine that I could see a little bit of a difference. But like, it's so minimal probably that I'm not even complaining. I'm here enjoying it. The screen size in portable mode is just fine for me. That 8-inch screen, dude, I'm not complaining about it at all. You know, I picked up my Nintendo 3DS XL a couple of days ago, and I was like, you know what? Dang, this was the biggest that it got. Oh, there's Metroid. You see that?
Yeah, there it is.
Ah, yeah.
That woke me up a little.
Uh-huh. This was the biggest that we got for quite a while. And by the time we got to that big of a screen, it was already all right. You know, PS Vita, fine, it was all right. I'm not complaining about the screen. I'm not seeing any ghosting effects. Not to diminish anyone that is, but I'm not. Even at the Nintendo Switch 2 experience, I brought my OLED model to see Mario Kart 8 versus Mario Kart World. And I'm like, dude, this is freaking fine. The new LCD screen, just fine. I have noticed that, okay, in portable mode, the battery life isn't as great, but that's the least of my concerns because you've got outlets everywhere next to you to charge. As Steve broke down, you've got battery banks. You know what you can't change? You can't change a system's CPU or GPU, how many teraflops it has, how many gigs of RAM it has. That you can't change. You can always change the storage capacity via micro SD cards or external hard drive or SSD drives, whatever. You can always change battery banks. So I don't really care. I still get 4.5 hours of, okay, I'm playing a little Fast Fusion, a little bit of Split Fiction, a little bit of Street Fighter. Okay, I'm going to bust out a Tetris 99. Okay, so Mario Kart World. Oh, 4.5 hours. Dang, I'm finally at that like 1%. That was pretty damn good in my opinion. Although, to be fair, I am a more a TV/docked mode does win over for me as a greater percentage of my overall playtime than portable. But no complaints in the build. I'm loving the snap. I'm loving the Joy-Cons clicking in. I feel like Ruffy 2 might as well have also been a launch title, kind of, you know, even though it was available for everything at once. I have good faith in the longevity of this platform. I see Nintendo firing on all cylinders yet again. And this is what's kind of making me think maybe it could again become my next new best system ever. Because if they honestly knock out 8 years worth of gems where they give a brand new Zelda that's amazing, a new Mario that's amazing, Donkey Kong I know is going to be a Metroid Prime 4, maybe a Metroid Prime 5 like 4 years from now, or another 2D Metroid. You give a surprise like a Star Fox, another dormant one. You're probably going to have Fire Emblem come back. You're already getting Kirby Air Riders. You're getting Age of Imprisonment, several months from now. Like, it's looking really positive. You've got the third parties that, like I told, Nate made a video of it a few years ago. Certain developers that I spoke to at E3 2017 who had not yet committed to the Nintendo Switch at that E3 said, we are going to be early in Nintendo Switch 2 because of the faith in them. I guess my only real gripe is not that game key cards exist, but that they are not an alternative. They are a replacement, because that storage capacity is something that is one of the things that made Nintendo Switch special, was that for the most part, you had your games on the cartridge. The last disc-based system where you could just pop in a disc and play was Wii U. When PS3 and Xbox One came around, you had to play refrigerator or buy external storage if you wanted to constantly have access to all your games. Wii U was the last pure disc-based system where, boom, you stick it in and you get to play. Nintendo Switch was a modern platform that was the only modern platform of that generation that could play games off the cartridge, unless a developer skimped out. But the system was capable enough. Nintendo Switch 2 is capable enough. I would just like to see publishers rather, be honest with your audiences. Poll them internally, privately, and say, hey, look, we're just gonna tell it to y'all the way it is. We're not gonna beat around the bush. Cartridges cost more. We're losing a lot. We don't want to be greedy. Here is a possible solution: 60 for digital, 60 for game key card, 70 for physical cartridge. Are you willing to pay the $10 more? And we'll include a little leaflet in there for you, or a nugget of DLC, or 70 digital, 70 game key card, 80 physical. How many of you are doing it? And if a great enough a percentage are, give that as an option. I think game key card is fine. Between game key card and digital, honestly, I'm probably going to buy digital, because I don't have the thought of, I'll eventually want to sell this game. If it takes up all my storage space, whether it's 70 gigs of digital or 70 gigs of digital with the game key card, I'd rather not have the game key card and have the convenience factor of, dude, I always have the games. I don't have to get off my couch, walk over to my system 17 feet away, stick the thing in, come back to my couch and sit down. I can just swap over from the couch, right? Call it lazy, call it modern era, being a dad and having a house and having all this other junk that's in the way. I just want to sit from the couch. But I would choose cartridge if I had the choice, because would I rather have different cartridges or eventually have different micro SD XC cards or express cards that I have to take out or play refrigerator? Part of it is first world problems. Oh, woe's me. I don't have access to 70 games at once, in which I'm not going to play 70 games at once. I'm only going to be cycling through several. But if I want to cycle through 15, then it gets problematic. And that's where I'm saying only little gripe is the lack of physical cartridges. I have yet to own one Nintendo Switch 2 game cartridge. And that's really weird for me. Even Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4, I don't even get that one on cartridge. Finally, next week, I'm going to get Donkey Kong Bonanza on cart. And damn, dude, really? This, 5 weeks into the system, 6 weeks into the system? But like I said, not a problem with the system, more of a cost thing on the publisher side and that kind of thing. Pull your freaking audiences and be honest with them and transparent with them and be like, this is what we would have to charge to make it worth for us. We know that you might even be reading this and saying, oh, poor multi-billion-dollar company making $20 million less. Oh, no. You know what? We're going to throw you a bone, too, and give you some DLC. Do whatever you have to do, but find out. And I've run several polls on my own X account. Now, that's a small audience, though, but a great percentage of people are like, dude, I would pay $10 more or 20 more or 15 more. When you get 30, no, that's ridiculous. But do it. Anyways, I think I spoke for too long, but very high on the system. for the last several weeks. Loving the direction it's going. I have a lot of faith in what's to come. And yeah, from sales, from new IP, the controls, the Pro Controller 2 being satisfying. Woo! Really no complaints of this new generation so far. The GameCube controller, NSO2, NSO expansion pack, delivering like in a different level. The potential of, I'm just theorizing of a Dreamcast coming, of Sega Saturn coming, of the cool factor of another Sega controller that on the back says made by Nintendo, just to satisfy the 90s kid in me's mind. Like the back of that Nintendo Switch Online Sega Genesis controller says made by Nintendo. Just the things that maybe a younger generation, like if you're 18 right now, wouldn't appreciate it. But if you're mid 30s to recently turned 42 over here, you're like, damn, dude, that's pretty cool, man. I don't know, just it's a fantastic system. And yeah, that's my mic drop, I guess. Ramble a little bit, but I love it.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. Gamebird, you want to jump in since Stash is eating and Prime is away? You're muted. Yeah.
I know.
You are saying
it's my new thing.
Yeah.
Quite villainous, I must say. 1 month in, I'm loving the Switch 2. Again, I had been feeling, I feel over the last year, maybe year and a half with Switch 1, that I was kind of ready to move on. And while I was still using it, I found myself using it way less than normal and kind of leaning more into my PS5 or maybe Game Pass. So having the new console is kind of a breath of fresh air. And everything about, the more premium quality, the better performance, the better visuals, reinvigorated that Nintendo passion that's in me. And I've been almost exclusively playing my Switch 2. I don't think I've touched Xbox once since Switch 2 came out. And I think I've only used my PlayStation once for Netflix. I don't think I've played a game on my PlayStation since Switch 2 came out. That being said, my body is ready for a big single-player game. And thank God we're getting one this month, DK Bonanza, which is one of my most anticipated games of the year right now. Unbelievably excited. Obviously, Stash got to go hands-on and gave the game glowing praise from his experience. That hyped me up. And then we got one of the best single game focused directs ever around this game, which amped me up even more. So I'm ready for this one. I love Mario Kart World. I've had a blast playing it solo. I've had a blast playing it with my friend. I've had a blast jumping into online lobbies here and there, playing with my wife and my kids, family race night and stuff like that. But at my core, I am a single player gamer. Smash and Diablo and Mario Kart are exceptions to that. I've really been waiting for the next big single player game, because that's really what's gonna, take up my time and let me get fully immersed and engrossed in it. So DK is going to be that game for me. It can't come soon enough, but I'm so glad it's coming so soon after the launch of the console. I've mostly been playing Switch 1 stuff. I am on a gnarly pixel art RPG kick, going down that rabbit hole. I had almost finished Sea of Stars on the Xbox Series on Game Pass, but the Xbox has been in my kids' room for the last, 5 months now. So I purchased a physical copy for my Switch 2, and I started a new game. I think I'm about halfway, maybe 2/3 of the way through. I almost beat it the first time, and then the kids hijacked the Xbox. So I'm looking forward to finishing that and jumping into Throes of the Watchmaker. And then I picked up Undertale because we got the next chapter in Deltarune on Switch 2. I've never played Undertale before. Really looking forward to trying that one out. Everyone tells me that I'll love it. If you guys in chat have any pixel RPG recommendations, I am here for it. I've played the big ones. So like, I've played, Chrono Trigger and Final Fantasy VI and Secret of Mana and a lot of those iconic classic games. So if you have anything a little bit outside of the box, like an Undertale or like a Sea of Stars type game, send it my way. But yeah, I've been using those games to tide me over. And I don't know. Like, I'll say this. We won't know how Switch 2 is going to play out until time goes on. What I really want to see from the console is for Nintendo, like we talked about earlier, to take some risks, bring back some dormant IPs, try some weird things like a turn-based Zelda game, bring Star Fox to the modern audience by making it more like a Ratchet and Clank or a Star Fox Adventure 2 type game. Reinvent the wheel like we've seen Nintendo do with Zelda now, like we've seen Nintendo do with Donkey Kong now, like we've seen Nintendo do with Mario Kart now. They are starting a pattern. I want to see this bleed out into other IP, especially dormant ones that maybe they feel have maybe a smaller audience or don't have quite the appeal. Reinvent it, make it exciting again, make it feel new. So that's what I really want to see, as well as strong third-party support. I have a good feeling about this gen. I do feel like we're going to get all that. We just won't know until time goes on. Hey, man, if we get Ocarina of Time remake on this console, if we get Majora's Mask remake on this console and a new mainline Zelda and a new 3D Mario that's, again, reinventing the wheel, it's not Mario Odyssey. It's not DK Bonanza. It's doing something bigger and better. It's doing something innovative, something we didn't see coming. They're going to do something wild. Make it in a, I don't know. I want to take Mario to Atlantis or something. I have no idea. But or like interdimensional. But yeah, it's my time's been good. Really looking forward to the big single player stuff. Really anxious to see what they have in store for the holiday this year. And so far so good. I'll keep you posted if that changes. No stick drift. I don't know if it's the stick fix I popped before the show tonight or what it is, but no stick drift. So that's a plus.
Hell yeah.
Okay. Who's next?
Stash, you done eating?
Well, I still have a couple bites, but
No. That's fine. We
prepared to
can finish. Nate, you want to go ahead and then?
Sure. I'll go. Yeah. So, look, it's been a month. I got my Switch 2 right here. I've played a wide variety of games on it. From obviously Mario Kart World is the one that I put the most time in. But I played some Hogwarts Legacy, some Split Fiction, some Fortnite on here. I did boot up Splatoon 3 for a little bit. Cyberpunk for a little bit as well. I gotta be completely honest. The only thing about the system that I have any complaint about, because there's really two things. One, the bezels. It'd be nice if the bezels just were smaller, like a modern device today. It's a little weird. I know they'll probably fix it on an OLED model in 4 years, but it's like weird that I have to wait 4 years to have small bezels. It's a minor gripe. Doesn't really matter in the grand scheme, but it would be nice. It is noticeable in some of my games at times. And also, I had this happen, and I'm not even sure how it did, but you guys probably can't see it, but on my SR button here, some of the paint is chipping off. And I don't know why. No one has touched this but me. It stays connected to my system 90% of the time, except when I use mouse mode. And yet some shape is literally, I can see the metal, the bare metal. It's like chipping off. It's weird. It didn't happen to my second pair of Joy-Cons, which my kids have used. So those have been abused more than these, and that hasn't happened. So I don't know if I've just been unlucky or something, but either way, I honestly have loved every moment with the system. There there hasn't really been too much for me to complain about. Even like the battery life, I knew going in 2 hours is what I expected. Is what Nintendo said. I haven't had any game that drains it in 2 hours, but I've definitely seen 2 hours and 40 minutes with certain games, and to me that's plenty of time. I'm going to be honest, as a father, me getting 3 straight hours to play a game is very difficult, especially in handheld mode, because that means I'm on the go. I'm doing something. I am somewhere. I'm not going to get to play it for just 3 hours. In docked mode, sure. Yeah. Sometimes you can get a long session in, but then I'm in docked mode, so I don't care. So the battery life hasn't really bothered me. Like the biggest thing is obviously, hey, when I am done in handheld mode, remember to charge the damn thing. Like that's something you always got to remind yourself. Because if you do forget to charge it, you might regret it the next day when you go to play it. But honestly, everything about the system has been exactly what I expected it to be. I thought it was going to be a bigger, better Switch. That's exactly what it is. I thought it was going to get AAA game support. That's why I think the 2K announcement was so important, because that's the first AAA game to get announced since the Switch 2 Direct. Believe it or not, if you go through everything, there hasn't been a single AAA game announced for it that wasn't part of that Direct until 2K26. Now, we kind of figured 2K was coming. Of course, it's been a big supporter of Switch the whole time, every year. But it still was like, yeah, but that's the first one that didn't wait for a Direct. Like we keep thinking all these other companies wait for. They didn't wait. They said, no, we're going to include it with our normal marketing for the game. Yes, please. Everyone else take notes. This is what you should be doing. If 2K can do it, you can do it too. Include Switch 2 with your marketing. It's not difficult. Treat it like it's a normal platform. Thank you. So, all that to say, the only thing that feels a little weird is we're a little bit over a month out. Nothing new is released. And that feels weird. Literally nothing. Every game that we're going to be talking about in this show is either an indie game that's a Switch 1 game that just happens to play on Switch 2 like Ruffy, or it's the launch games. It's been a month. Nothing has come out. Now, Donkey Kong Bonanza is coming up, and that's exciting. But it is a little weird that we're a month in and literally nothing's launched since day one. For most people, that's not going to be a big deal. Not everyone can get it day one. People are still trying to get it. It's sold out in many areas. But it is just a little weird to me that, like, yeah, nothing else new has come out. I hope that this is just a launch anomaly, and we're really just need that Direct, and we really just need third parties to start treating it normal. Like I'd like to be excited for Borderlands 4 coming up, but still don't know when it's coming to Switch 2, right? We obviously know when NBA is coming out, so that's cool. We know when Madden's coming out. That's going to be coming out next month. But that's next month. Like, we had Donkey Kong. Like, I was thinking about this for a bit. Like, we had Donkey Kong Bonanza coming out next week. Cool. When's the next game come out after that? Dragon Drive? Like, third-party games. This is supposed to be the platform of third-party games for Nintendo. Where are they? They're not here. A lot of this is just probably the early blues. A lot of companies don't have to have kits. Maybe a lot of companies are waiting for that Direct. Maybe they got marketing plans with the Direct. Could be shadow drops coming. Could be a lot of things. But that's like the only thing that feels weird. Is I'm a month out. Like, when people talk about, well, you have all this stuff to play. I'm like, okay, sure. And 90% of what you're talking about I had to play is what I could have played on Switch 1. So forgive me for wanting things actually to come out for the system. So that those are the complaints. Like, just for some reason the library just isn't growing very fast, which sucks. And obviously I had for some reason the paint chipping on one of my Joy-Cons. I don't really know why, and the bezels. Now, that's a lot of complaints for a Nintendo YouTuber who actually thinks that this system has the capability to become my favorite system of all time. It took me the entire Switch generation to make the decision if Switch was a bigger deal to me than the Super Nintendo. That's been my favorite platform forever. And that had full third-party support. Switch did not, and that was kind of like my hold-up with trying to put Switch over the top, was it just didn't have the breadth of third-party games. But ultimately, having all of Nintendo's efforts on one system for the first time ever kind of pushed it over the finish line towards the end. So I Switch is my favorite platform of all time, followed by the Super Nintendo, probably followed by the PlayStation 2, and maybe the Xbox 360. I kind of debate between that and the PS3 sometimes. So that's cool. So I think Switch 2 has that potential. But right now, like we're a month in, and a lot of it's just potential. Everything I played is great. It feels great. Love it. I have stuff to play. It's not going to complain that I have anything. I'm playing Hogwarts Legacy right now. I'm going to beat that. I'm going to beat Split Fiction with the wife. I'm enjoying everything. And I will say that as someone who does have other places to play, like PC, Xbox, PlayStation, and has access to this stuff, I don't feel like I'm demonstrably behind any other platform that I play on. And I think that's maybe the best thing I can say about this thing a month in is we're a month in, and whether I'm playing on Switch 2, my Xbox, or my PC, it all kind of just feels the same while I'm gaming.
Sure.
And that's important because Nintendo hasn't felt that way in a very long time. And I don't know if it's going to keep feeling this way as PlayStation 6 and the new Xbox and new PC stuff comes out. But for right now, a month in, I'm like, damn, dude, you're not really compromising a hell of a lot to be on Switch 2. And that's awesome. Probably haven't felt that way since like GameCube with Nintendo, to be completely honest. And even then, you know, you just weren't getting full third-party support. That's what you were sacrificing then. Here, obviously, I'm hoping third-party games are coming. I know Paul's talked in the past about how he knows about a bunch that are coming. I know about a bunch that aren't even announced yet. But it's still like, well, it's almost more frustrating that I know and they're not announced because it's like, where the hell are they? You know, it's like some of these that I know about, like, there's no real reason to be holding back. And even the public ones, guys, Assassin's Creed Shadows, it leaked through a rating. We know it's coming. Ubisoft needs games to sell. So, like, why are we waiting to hear about it? You know, like this period here where we had this giant lull, you could have dropped Shadows in that period. People would have picked it up because there hasn't been anything that's released. Like, forget about trying to compete with Nintendo games. Nothing else has come out that's specifically for Switch 2. So, yeah, I honestly am really impressed with the system. I love the way the games play. I love the way the games feel. I'm excited about games that are coming. I'm really excited for Donkey Kong Bonanza. It looks utterly fantastic, but that can't be part of my 1 month look back. I look back at 1 month and I'm like, incredible launch, cricket sense, but damn, it still feels just as brand new as it did the day I got it. And that's what's really cool is every time I pick it up, I still can't believe this is what I'm playing on. Because I'll go up into my room and I'll pull out my Zelda Switch OLED that's hidden in a drawer for my kids. And I pull it out and I'm like, okay, this takes me back with the Zelda. But then I turn it on and I'm like, what the fuck was I doing gaming on this thing the last 10 years? Like, this thing feels so dated. This ancient.
I instantly, the moment I booted up my Switch 2, I felt like I never want to touch my original Switch or OLED for that matter again. And I agree with you, Nate. I do feel like it's felt like a drought, and I feel like the reason is that it launched with Mario Kart, and I know you're like me, Nate, where you much prefer to that immersive single player experience, and so Mario Kart's fun to jump in, do like after you get through that launch day, those couple launch days of like hype and excitement, then it's like you kind of want to play something else, but when you can play with friends or family, you jump into Mario Kart. And I think that's what has been kind of missing. I feel like if it had launched with Bonanza or a 3D Mario or obviously a Zelda or a Monolith game for that matter, we wouldn't be feeling that, like, what should we be playing, you know, or we wouldn't be designating the console to playing better experiences of Switch 1 games.
Yeah. And you know, I'm going to throw this super chat real quick because it's specific to what I was talking about with Jorge here. He says, what's the difference between your current perception on game releases on Switch 2 compared to the early months of Switch 1? We had a month between Breath of the Wild and Mario Kart 8 Deluxe back then, so what changed? Well, for starters, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe was nothing I was ever even looking forward to back then because I already played the hell out of it on Wii U. That said, we had new games releasing 6 days after the system came out. That's the difference. We had Master Blaster Zero. We had Voez. Human Resource Machine on the 16th. Little Inferno. World of Goo. Obviously, those are some old games coming back then. And then the Binding of Isaac Afterbirth Plus on March 17th. March 23rd. We had sorry, not March 23rd. Yeah, no, New Frontiers, Founding Pioneers, Othello, Has Been Heroes, Snake Pass, Romance of the Three Kingdoms. April 4th, here we are a month later. Lego City Undercover coming over to Switch, right? Has Been Heroes, Room of the Night, Graceful Expansion. Like, games were coming out every week on Switch 1 at the beginning of the generation. That's the difference. That's not happening on Switch 2. If you go to the eShop, you see all these new releases. They're Switch 1 games.
Right.
Switch 2 games.
But even if they had it on the Switch 1, the launch game was a 100+ hour adventure.
Well, sure.
You know, that you could easily
The single player experience obviously is something that could tide you over longer, I think, than a multiplayer one, unless you're just addicted to rankings online.
Sure.
And even then, Mario Kart to me is not something I'm going to sit down and play for 10 hours straight. That's just not how it's going to go. And so, yeah, you could argue if they launched with Bonanza, maybe I'd feel different, but I still would have felt the drought because I don't have anything right now besides, if I'm being honest with myself, I'm looking forward to Bonanza. And then the next two games I'm looking forward to are Madden and NBA 2K. Why? Because I don't know when the fuck anything else is coming out.
Hey, we got a game coming out, I think this month that I'm looking forward to, the new AI Somnia Files game. But I love visual novel type stuff, so I know for most people that's not an exciting announcement. For me, I think those games kick ass and highly.
No, yeah, I actually forgot about that game. I forgot about that one. But yeah, and by the way, I'm not saying there aren't good games coming out. They could be Switch 1 games, and I'll play them on Switch 2. Ruffy, right? Like I bought Ruffy, the Switch 1 game. I'll play it on Switch 2. It's fine. So I'm not saying like games aren't coming out. I'm just mean like games specifically for like you buy a Switch 2 to play these games. And they're just not coming out at a great pace right now. That said, I think the pace is going to pick up pretty quick. By the time we get to the end of summer, I think games are going to start coming out pretty hard and fast. But that's still, me just waiting until that happens. So whereas like Switch kind of just felt like games were coming out all the time, whether it was indie, whether it was not. Because remember, the big thing with Switch, this is what people forget, it wasn't backwards compatible. So any game that dropped on the eShop was a new game for that system. That's not the case now. This is backwards compatible. So all these new games that come out, they're not necessarily there because of Switch 2. So that's the difference, if you were just wondering, and how I view it. By the way, I know it's like an inherently negative take. It's more so just, I'm not really even being critical here. I think it's just strange. It's a weird feeling that I didn't feel with Switch. That said, I'm super stoked about the potential, and a month in, nothing about the system feels rushed or like not well thought out. Everything's feeling great for the most part. So, I'm just gonna leave it at that because I could go on and on about gripes or go on and on about positives. Because if you guys want just one more positive take, it's a generational leap, baby. Play your Switch 1. Go play Hogwarts Legacy on Switch 1. Hop on over to Switch 2. Get the fuck out of here. This is the kind of leap we used to experience. That I haven't felt this in a while. I haven't felt it since I went from PS3 to PS4. It's been a while. Been a while since I felt a leap like this. And yeah, Nintendo's behind, and it's 5-year-old tech, and whatever other bullshit you want to utter. I don't give a fuck. When I'm playing Hogwarts Legacy on my Switch 2, I don't care that it's actually better on PS5. I went on the PS5 version, hopped back to my Switch 2. Didn't really feel like I was missing a whole lot. That's just from a gameplay and visual perspective. It's fine. It's exactly what I said it needed to be. Good enough. So I'm there. I'm good. I think we throw it over to the stash man now. Mr. Eating burgers on stream.
Hey.
And drinking.
Dude, that burger was so good.
You son of a bitch. Bastard.
Man, it was so good. I'm
sure it was.
All right, so Switch 2, yeah, we're a little over a month now, and I've really enjoyed it. One of the things specifically has been the Switch 1 games, because the backwards compatibility is unlike anything we've seen before. There's no other console where we've seen this, where you can literally put in any of your Switch 1 cartridges, your digital games, and there's a good chance it's going to perform better And there's also a good chance that the frame rate is going to be drastically improved, or the resolution is going to be boosted. So I've said this before, but it's been like a game within a game, because not all the games have been tested. I like to think that I have a lot of deep cuts in my library that are not on everyone else's radar. And these are games that I still need to test out on Switch to see how they perform. For me, when it comes to the library, it's I've been suffering a bit from analysis paralysis. I don't know if you guys ever suffer from that when choosing what game you're going to play next, but it sucks, because it's like, whatever game you play next, especially if you're the type of person who will not start a different game until you beat it, that's a commitment, right? So you got to choose that game, and that's the game you're playing, however long it is. And then I'm reviewing it, and then it's on to the next game. So I feel like there's a ton of games to play, because there's games on my radar now that you could say initially were on my radar when they first came out for Switch 1, and the performance wasn't great. And I've now found out that, X game is performing excellent now on Switch 1. And I hadn't played it yet. So now it's like, not only do I have all these Switch 2 games, but now I have these Switch 1 games that I may already own, or you can buy them for super cheap now. Like, especially with the latest eShop sale. Like, have you guys played Mortal Shell?
Mortal Shell.
No, it's
No.
one I've always been curious about, but
Yeah.
I've never played it.
See, this is what I'm talking about right there. It's a Souls game I've always been curious about, right? And it's performing way better now on Switch 2. I picked up the complete edition, I think for $3.99, $4. You know what I mean? Like, those are the type of deals I'm getting for Switch 1 games that are performing better now. It's just like, dude, there's so much to play. That's where I'm at. Michaela went out of town. I think it was a week after the Switch 2 came out, and she has her Switch 2 as well. And I said, hey, babe, take the camera with you, and let's test this out, right? Let's do the game chat. She was going to Oregon, and we did. I played against Michaela and her dad in Mario Kart. We did the game chat. Dude, it was so much fun. Such a good time. Her dad was talking shit the whole time. Well, not the whole time, but he was definitely talking some shit. And I'm just sitting there smiling, laughing. But it was really fun to test out the game chat and like still be able to, I guess, to see her and hang out and play some video games together. So my experience so far with game chat has been very positive. I think it's very cool. We all grew up in the era where couch co-op was the only thing. You invite friends over, and that's what you do. You play video games. When N64 came out, you got to invite 2 more friends over, because now you're playing 4 players, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, I miss those days, right? Those were special. And I think the fact that Nintendo's trying to recreate them with game chat is really cool. And I did feel that way playing Mario Kart from, across the world. That was a lot of fun. So big W for game chat. The way I kind of see it is like, if you look at Switch 2, it's almost like by default, it's going to surpass Switch 1. Like, if Switch 1's your favorite console, how could Switch 2 not be your favorite console? Since it plays all of the Switch 1 games,
Yeah.
and it plays them better.
Unless your favorite game is Labo, of course.
Of course. That
Or
would be the main reason for sure.
or if you take impact factor into part of it, like like N64, like I said, GameCube was better in quite a few regards than N64, but N64 had the greater impact factor, and that kind of weighed in it for me. And Nintendo Switch.
That's a great point, Paul.
And then Nintendo Switch 2 will probably be better in most regards, kind of like how Tears of the Kingdom does do a lot of things better than Breath of the Wild, but not in everything. They are different games. I, for instance, still prefer vertical traversal by the ease of access of Rivali's Gale in Breath of the Wild. And that simple gameplay dynamic is different enough that that is an edge that Breath of the Wild will always have over Tears of the Kingdom for me, despite the latter game having more. And Nintendo Switch 2, bigger screen, faster clicking on Joy-Con, bigger Joy-Con, better analog sticks, better and bigger and more sturdy kickstand, but impact factor. Like, I went from having a Game Boy Color and an N64 to a Game Boy Advance and a Nintendo GameCube, from a Wii and a DS, from a Wii U and a 3DS to just a Nintendo Switch. The first time in 30 years since 1985 where it was just NES. And that brought about a lot. And it was instantly, I don't have a Nintendo Switch next to me right now, but this thing right here came with 2 controllers. It was its own power source. It was its own TV, and it was a 2-player device out of the box. If I compared it to what else was on the market, you would have to bring your PlayStation 4 or your Xbox One with an HDMI cord, with a cord that goes to the wall, with a TV, with a system, and a controller. And that's all what you got in this one little thing. And that is brilliant, because even though tabletop mode probably is most people's least played, that was the power of Nintendo Switch. And it was cartridge, thus you did not have to, for the most part, eat into your space. And like that impact factor. Now, I think Switch 2, mouse mode, we have yet to see just, wow, I didn't think of that. That's going to be an exciting, when we see that, I didn't think of that. Oh my gosh, that's epic. That's going to create impact too. But I think you guys are right. Like, yeah, unless Nintendo totally drops the ball, which I don't think they're going to do, their next Mario game is probably going to be as good, if not a little bit better than Mario Odyssey. Maybe a little less good, but still pretty freaking damn good. And obviously look better. Their next big Zelda game, let's say it's not as big or as impactful as Breath of the Wild. It's probably going to be really freaking amazing, 9.7 out of 10 kind of Metacritic kind of scoring game. That, yeah, like if they last for 8 years and then they uncover some past gems like a new Wave Race or new whatever, a new IP here and there, what's to make it not the next best system ever? Except for maybe impact factor? I don't know. We'll see. It's, even if it doesn't win in every category, like, you're gonna love it. I think if you're a Nintendo fan, you're gonna be eating good for another several years.
Yeah, that's why I see it too. And like you said, we could factor in things like impact, nostalgia, of course, as well. With N64, like you said, the impact was massive, and you had to be there to experience it.
Yeah,
it was extremely special, and it's a core memory for me. That's something that will stick with me forever. Never forget what it was like. So yeah, there's all those things to factor in. I think if I remove impact, right, with just strictly speaking about the Switch, and just look at it from that perspective, it's like, okay, so all the games that I loved on Switch are running better on Switch 2. And some of the games I really loved, like Breath of the Wild, right? Tears of the Kingdom, Mario Odyssey, Link's Awakening, Echoes of Wisdom, 3D World, Pokemon, all the big ones, right? They all got free updates and they run better than ever. So that's kind of how I look at it. Is like I don't see how the Switch 2 can't, for me, and that's just for me. I don't see how it can't surpass the Switch 1, or I don't see how it really hasn't already, because I get to play all the games I love, but better. And now I'm getting new games too. And obviously we're going to have years and years of getting new games. So yeah, I'm very happy with it, guys. I feel like there's not enough time in the day to spend with it. You know, like when I go to bed every night, I'm like, can I squeeze out any more hours, or should I put myself to sleep so I can be
I've been
productive
asking
tomorrow?
myself that every
Yeah.
night this week.
Yeah,
No
dude.
joke.
Every night, I swear to you, since Switch 2's come out, I feel like there's not. Before, I felt like there wasn't enough hours in the day, because that's a natural feeling, but still super productive to get everything done and then some. But since it's come out, it's felt different. Like, okay,
Yeah.
I really feel like there's not enough time now. Like,
I
I
think
want to
part
spend
of
more
it
time.
is, I think part of it too is just how good that plastic feels on that Pro 2 controller.
Dang.
I know.
That, like, I just want to touch it a little before I go to bed, you know? No joke, I've fallen asleep twice now since the launch of Switch 2 with the Pro controller on my chest on the couch. It's happened twice. It's never happened to me before. Obviously playing Sea of Stars, there's reading. So a couple nights where I'm up past my bedtime on a work night, I wake up with the music playing in the background and the controller, some drool running down my chin. What the hell happened? type thing.
I'm telling you guys, I said it after the Switch 2 experience. Element 115, man. Bob Lazar.
Dude, and have you guys
That's
picked
what
up
the
an old Pro
controller's made out
controller?
of. Yeah, I
Sick?
have it right
They
back
feel
here.
horrible. Feels
Yeah.
horrible now. They're ruined.
It's Element
Ruined that
115.
controller for me. But that's how it feels like with like the PS4 controller, which I used to love. Like, just feels like complete ass now to me. So,
Yeah.
it's always
Yeah.
a good sign. It means they did something right.
Yeah, I'm really happy with everything. There's really nothing I'm not happy with. And I'll say this too, like when I got my PS5, yeah, day one I had it, and I would have told you the same thing about PS5. There's even to this day, I know people complain all the time about, there's not enough exclusives on PS5. And whether that's true or not, the point is, like, I've had a great time with it. Great time. Many of my PS4 games ran significantly better on PS5, especially the ones that got the actual updates. But I've had a great time with it. I don't have anything bad to say about it. So that's PS5 and Switch 2. I don't have anything bad to say about it. Nothing but great times, you know? There's things you can nitpick. DualSense, I wish the battery lasts longer. But you know what? Like, again, I don't nitpick. Life's too short to complain about bullshit like that.
Yeah. I feel like hardware is, it's always really exciting at launch and stuff. And we could talk about, all the glowing praises of, Switch 2's advancements from Switch 1, better controller, better visuals, more power, faster load times, all that great stuff, voice chat. But I mean, it's like we've discussed on the podcast before. At the end of the day, it's the games that define the generation.
Yeah.
I think Switch 2 is off to an exciting start with Mario Kart World and Donkey Kong Bonanza and a new Hyrule Warriors game that looks prettier and looks to be running better than any Nintendo Warriors game has in the past. But we haven't even gotten to the super heavy hitters yet. What is this? What does this cycle have in store for Zelda, Mario, Smash Brothers, Animal Crossing, the Monolith games, big third party exclusives, Square exclusives? Are we going to get some new HD 2D exclusives? So ultimately, we'll have to wait and see. I agree with Nate. I do feel like this first month has been a little slow with the lack of a big single player experience. Obviously, that's excluding games like Hogwarts, third party stuff like Hogwarts and Cyberpunk. Talking about like a new single player exclusive, that creates a little bit of a slow burn. But I mean, to have that big game 1 month after launch, essentially, that's a quick turnaround, and I'm really excited.
It is. This is an exciting time because, like Nate, like you mentioned in Game Bird's collab bid that we did, everything's on the table. And for me, like, this is the most exciting time, the quiet before the storm. And I know for a lot of people, they're like super antsy, and every day they're upset that there's no direct. And it's like, bro, this is a fun time, man. Like, we got to enjoy this because soon they're going to start announcing everything and we're going to know everything. And then all you're going to do is impatiently wait for more information about what they've announced. This is fun right now. The element of the unknown.
And you know what's also right now? Right now, by not having games to buy, you don't have anything to complain about the games costing too much. So there you go.
Yeah, right.
If you want to complain about $10 being more, here's no games for you. Try complaining about that. Now you don't have anything to complain about.
I know, man.
Problem solved. Oh, I can't spend $10 more on a game. Fine, no game for you. Oh,
yeah.
You save your money.
I think Paul Gale's found his outlet
like
for him to bitch about the haters on the internet. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Oh, it's great.
Anytime I try to provide logic to someone, like,
I know.
How often do you get a coffee? Well, every day. And do you like your coffee? Yeah. How much do you spend? I don't know, $7, $8. Do you get it 7 days a week, 5 days a week? About 5 days a week. So you spend $40 a week on coffee. I could spend $10 on a 2-pound tub of coffee to last me 3 months. How much
is
did
my
you
point
spend on
too.
coffee in 3 months? $40, $160, $480. So you mean to tell me that you can't sacrifice a little bit of your coffee quota
Paul's
to
gone
compensate
hardcore
for your video game complaint being up 12.5% for one game in which you only buy one game every 3 months anyways. Yet you're complaining also about there not being enough games that you would just complain about the cost being up more.
Now, let me just say, Paul.
Paul's ready to judo chop.
Paul,
people online right now.
You know, this is the same logic. You and I like use this. We have the same logic that we apply. I've been saying the same shit too, and I get the same kind of responses you're getting, and I see some of them because you're in my feed, and I'll read it. I'll just shake my head, like, well, what is this world coming to, man? Like, how do you not understand this? But yeah, Paul's exactly right, guys. Again, look at your finances. Look at where your money is going. That was one thing I talked about a lot with Switch 2 Welcome Tour, with it being $10, and suddenly that like struck a chord with so many people, to where they're like, "Oh, I'll never do that." It's like, bro, you spend more than $10 daily at the drive-through window, so get the fuck out of here with that.
I think
look at your finances. Go to the grocery store. I buy coffee the same way Paul does. I don't go spend $5-10 on this Starbucks bullshit. That's honestly, look, I'm sorry. It's stupid. Okay. You have to look at your money better. Okay. Like, there's better ways to go about life. That is not the way.
But I like Starbucks.
You may not like my delivery on it, but it's the truth. And if you practice this, what Paul just said too, the things I've been saying about when it comes to money and how you look at it, and the prices of games and how you break out the entertainment cost, for real, like it's not that hard. Okay. It's simply not that hard.
I think there's a balancing act that has to happen. Think about budgeting, think about your finances. at the same time, it's good to treat yourself every once in a while. You know, if you love Starbucks, if you love what's a Starbucks drink? Salted caramel coffee. You love your iced salted caramel or whatever, frappuccinos or whatever. Treat yourself every once in a while, but don't make it a 7 days a week, 5 days a week thing.
Don't make it a way of life.
You know, you want to go out and have that nice steak dinner, you should do that. It's good for you to treat yourself every once in a while. Video games is a way of treating yourself. That being said, obviously it's never fun when prices go up. I don't think we need to celebrate it, but yes, I think there's a little bit of a balance. It goes a little bit every ways, but budgeting and financing is very important, and it's a skill that most people don't have, sadly.
Oh my gosh. I'm just gonna say, spend your money over the fuck you want. I don't give a shit. You want to buy that coffee at Starbucks every day? Go for it. You want to? What was the analogy Paul was using? That people blow their money on? Was it the coffee one? I don't know.
It was the coffee one.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck. Spend it on what you want. It's just one of those. Keep in perspective that the things that you spend money on, you're bitching about other things that you can't afford.
I'm sorry. There's someone with a nickel in their account who's going to go overdraft tomorrow morning because you told them to just spend it. So be careful.
I could clean myself in the shower in 5 minutes.
Maybe you don't want to spend.
I need to spend 20 minutes in the shower every day. You could shave off those 15 minutes of the shower and multiply that many gallons times this many, boom, and there goes your money. There's ways to cut everything. There's ways to manage everything. But the biggest thing is like the people that will condemn those are like, how dare you shill for a company that this, like, dude, you probably have better internet than you need. You probably buy more shoes more often than you need. You probably have more chips than you need. You probably use more shampoo than you need. You probably don't squeeze out the very last little bit of the toothpaste. You probably don't let the razor get too scratchy. You probably toss it out too early. You probably
This is so gonna get clipped.
You probably don't look at the weekly.
You're like, they're telling us to cut open and squeeze out toothpaste so we could buy dog.
Bro, every week.
And people will say, I shouldn't have to. Well, that's life. Life is about making everything work in as many regards as possible. Like, if your thing is comic books and you have a huge comic book obsession and you want to feed that comic book obsession, you might have to say, what's my secondary thing? Buying chips every day. What do you like more? I shouldn't have to choose. Guess what? You kind of got to choose a little bit in life because you can't juggle everything.
It's part of life.
You want to juggle everything.
Yeah. And your corporate masters own you. There's nothing you could do about it.
I love it, dude. You can tell there's a lot of this pent up, gotta get this out because of a lot of people trash talk on the internet, and then you like check out their profiles and they're buying all this dumbass shit all the fucking time. You're like, oh, look, you're bitching what I spend my money on. What the fuck are you talking about, man? Like, you spend on what you want, I'll spend it on what I want. Hey, we're all good over here. That's the way
people complaining about $10 up thing on people like, oh yeah, I buy a $700 statue of Ryu. Oh no, I don't want to spend $10 more. Oh, I got $500 statue of Samus. Oh no, Mario Kart World is $10 more. Don't buy your statue. Let me see your shoes right now. How new are they? Mm-hmm.
Everyone lift your feet. Everyone lift your feet.
Let me go grab my new Giannis NBA kicks quick.
I need to change shoes before I embarrass myself.
Are you chilling at 71 degrees or are you chilling at like 79 degrees in your house?
60.
How is your DWP bill looking like?
Yep.
Mine's looking terrible, but I keep mine locked at 78. I won't sleep otherwise. Sorry, guys. I'm willing to pay a little extra to sleep comfortably.
I keep it down, baby. See, these are the choice I make, but I'm also not out there bitching about $10 more for video games. I will say I don't want prices to go up, but yeah, if I want to buy it, I'm going to buy it. It is what it is. I'm fortunate in life that I can do that.
You guys already know. I've already said this before. Coming from the finance Paul, I know you know finance, but coming from working in mortgage and seeing everyone's credit reports. Now, look, I know it's probably a thing people don't like to talk about, but let me just say, I see how everyone spends their money. I know the average debt to income ratio, and dude, it's very bad. It's very bad here in the United States. Let me just say that.
Can I go off one last time? Tino Ame made a comment, and I resonate with this one. You see this? Now, if you've watched, I've gotten some weird comments, particularly when Nate drops the short. I'm not going to mention any names. I don't even know the name, but get a haircut. Was with the guy's haircut. I've seen one person multiple times over when Nate would drop the shorts of my Nintendo Switch 2 Countdown, their direct. One dude was keep on talking about the haircut. I don't know. It's not the best haircut. But you know what? I have given myself this haircut every 2 months since September 2016. My wife bought me a $17 hair clipper set, and I have given myself this haircut every 2 months. Somebody did the math, or somebody was like, dude, sensei, because I think it was like my students that I was talking to. That's like $40 a haircut. Hold on. That's like 8 years of haircuts or something like that. 9 years of haircuts every 2 months. You save thousands of dollars. Yeah, that's where I made my cut. I've gotten 2 haircuts by someone else in the last 9 years. Once for a friend's wedding because one of the groomsmen cut hair, and once with my son. The two of us went to a barber, and I was like, I'll join you for this one. And I spent $65 for the 2 of us or something like that. Otherwise, this haircut, I've done my own, and sometimes I mess up a little bit, but that's where I've saved. And you add it up, and you're like, dang, that's how much it is. No, man, I said last thing. You get me going. I'm going to go a little bit too long. I said one last thing. Find where you can cut. And don't think of it as, why should I have to? No, that's life. Life is making it work.
That's how you get ahead. That's how you get ahead in life.
Oh, man. Okay. I did
not anybody signed up for the podcast for. Like, don't
anyone want to give a final message before we move on?
Sure.
Haircut analogy.
Anyone?
Comments are great.
It's your topic next, anyways.
I don't have a final message. I just want to make sure. Everyone, like,
no, we're good. Yeah, it's a good way. It's good to leave it there. I think it's good to leave it. Yeah. Cool. So 1 month of Switch. 2. Cut your own hair. Stop buying coffee.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
You can become a millionaire.
Deal with
right.
it. Deal with it.
Don't shower anymore. Cut your own hair. Make your own coffee.
Recycle your shower water.
There you go.
Don't
Make
eat
coffee out of the
one meal
water.
a day.
Make coffee out of the shower water. It's like that Seinfeld episode where Kramer washed his vegetables in the shower.
Yeah, he has the garbage disposal installed in the drain. So good. Oh man. All righty, folks.
Sorry.
My topic is Direct Rumors Roundup. There was some speculation this week that a Direct may be dropping. That doesn't seem to be the case. However, some people still speculate that this might be landing by the end of the month. We have Nashweedle, 3 sources for this week, 2 sources for the last week of the month, and 2 that don't know. Included in these rumors are rumors of themes coming to Switch 2. But they will be down to line, possibly even a couple years out, which would be a bummer if true. Also says the next wave of Switch 2 editions is coming, including Pikmin 4. So the big questions for the panel today is, do we believe Nashweedle at all? Why or why not? What do we think is happening with Directs and these other various things that he's been talking about? Let's start with Thundersash. I feel like Thundersash never kicks it off. So let's start with the Thunder.
Okay. I'll go first. All right. So the first part of Nashweedle was about what the Nintendo Direct. So 3 sources for this week. Yeah, 2 for last week. Look,
two for the last of the month?
I follow Nash Weedle, and I do truly believe Nash Weedle has inside info. I always have. And at the same time, I truly believe that we need to have a direct, and we've said this over and over again. All of us have here on this channel. There's a lot of third-party games that need to be announced. If you look at the release calendar, it's very empty. And a lot of the Switch 2 games, even from Nintendo, are also Switch 1 games. Pokemon, Metroid Prime. We're going to be getting Mario Party Jamboree TV here in 2 weeks about? I think July 24th. But again, that's a Switch 1 title. We're going to be getting Kirby in August again. Switch 1 title. So yeah, even though there's some Nintendo games on the calendar, these are not like new games or games exclusive to Switch 2. So yeah, we need to fill out that calendar. Third parties need to announce games, and I don't think we're going to just continue to have trickle announcements like we've been getting, like with WWE and of course NBA. They kind of have to get those things announced because they were announced for all the other platforms as well. So I do still think we get a direct here in July. Whether it's going to be, next week, the week after DK, I don't know. I really don't think about it. I want everyone to know that. I don't think about it. I personally think it's more fun to not think about it and enjoy the present, enjoy the day. There's plenty of things to be happy about. There's plenty of things to enjoy right now. And that way, when it does get announced, it's genuinely a surprise and you're really excited because you weren't thinking about it. So that's where I'm at with the directs. That's really where I've always been. As far as the next wave of Switch 2 editions. So again, been saying it for a very long time, but I do fully expect Metroid Prime 1, 2, and 3. After playing with the mouse Joy-Con, there's no better way. It's the extension of the Wiimote. It's the evolution. It's the best way to play Metroid Prime. So I fully expect 1 through 3 to get Switch 2 editions. I said it in GameBird's collaboration video that you just did. I do think there's a very good chance that we're going to get Super Mario Wonder Switch 2 edition. The game didn't get DLC. This is a perfect opportunity to drop DLC with a Switch 2 edition. Smash Brothers, I've been saying it for several months. Same thing. I think we get a Switch 2 edition. Whether it's going to be a free update or a paid, I don't know. Again, schematics, I'm not really thinking about that. I just think that the new Smash is probably a ways off. And that obviously you want to feed that fan base. And it's a great way to do it, right? Smash Ultimate, it lived up to the name, right? It is the ultimate. I don't know if they'll add anything else to it. We'll see. But either way, I think we're going to get a Switch 2 edition. When I say add anything else, I mean like new characters, right? New fighters, new stages, maybe. I think you can bank on things like the resolution boost, right? And the frame rate. Pikmin, to me, makes 100 total complete sense because of mouse mode. That's going to be the best way to play Pikmin. So naturally, yeah, it should get a Switch 2 edition. And again, I think Pikmin 1 through 3 will get a Switch 2 edition. I think this is going to be ways that Nintendo fills out the calendar. Just like with Metroid, that's the best way to play. And I think with Pikmin, it's going to be no different. So yeah, I think we're going to get tons of Switch 2 editions. Again, this is a great way to fill out the calendar throughout the year and going into next year, probably going into the following year. I think this is going to be something Nintendo does for a while. Xenoblade Chronicles X. We already know there's a 60 FPS mode. Thousand Year Door. We know there's 4K in the code. These are all things that I expect to happen. And I don't think they just do Xenoblade Chronicles X. I think we get 1 through 3 as well. Why would you just do one of them? There's no reason why you do that. It's just like Prime 4. Why would Prime 4 be the only Metroid Prime that has the mouse Joy-Con controls? It would be just like Pikmin 4. Why would you only give mouse Joy-Con controls to Pikmin 4? If you can give the previous 3 games a resolution boost, frame rate boost, and add mouse Joy-Con mode and resell them. Easy money. Easy money, guys. So yeah, all of this stuff is stuff that, one, I have talked about, 2, we have talked about. And so everything Nash Weedle is saying is something that we've all already been saying. So why would I not believe it? I believe it. I don't just spew bullshit. Anything I say on here, I truly think is very logical and is I'd like to believe it's well thought out. I don't just throw things at the wall. I think about them in detail. And so, yeah, to me, all of this makes a ton of sense, guys. That's where I'm at.
Hell yeah, man. A lot of good points in there. I guess I'll give my opinions at the end. So let's jump on over to Eric.
Yeah. I'm kind of starting to feel about this direct like I was about the Nintendo Switch 2. I need it. I want to see new games. I want to see what the future has in store for us. I mean, I like what we have right now, but I want to see what's coming. I mean, I got a couple games I got to play here, but I like watching directs too. That's always fun just to see reactions and stuff like that of people. Man, this trick sucked. This trick was awesome. It's probably just because the reason why it sucked is because it just showed no games that you want to play. That doesn't mean the games aren't going to be good. It's not your cup of tea for the type of games that we're showing. It happens. That doesn't mean the direct was shit. Shit for you, but whatever. I just want it. That's where I'm at with this thing. This thing needs to just come because
I want it and I want it now.
Exactly.
There you go.
My Switch and I need it now. Wait
a second.
Primal. What are your thoughts?
All right. There's a lot to unpack here. Obviously, there's no direct this week.
Yeah.
So whatever those 3 sources are wrong. They can fuck off.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, I have no idea who his sources are. I have no idea if Nash Weedle has real sources. People like to point out all the stuff that he was wrong about years ago, and that's cool. He definitely was wrong about a lot of stuff, and lately this year he's been right about a lot of stuff. So I don't know. I never really know where to classify Nash Weedle in the world of insiders. He's definitely not like a Nate the Hate level insider, but I don't really put him quite yet at like the Samus Hunter where it's just all made up bullshit insider. So that's like, yeah, Samus Hunter. Where's my button? Here she comes to wreck the day. So I think that the jury's still out for Nash Weedle for me. He's had enough right lately that I'm kind of paying attention, and obviously I put his stuff out there, but it is just rumors. The big thing for me for this month when it comes to a direct is nothing to do with Nash Weedle. It has to do with beat 'em ups. He's the one that said it's this month. He's the one that never says that. He never puts himself out there like that. He's never done it before. And he's a really big YouTuber. So he doesn't need clout chasing. He doesn't need more views. He said it on the Nintendo podcast, which is already like the #1 Nintendo podcast in the world. So there's no reason
so far.
There's no reason to not want to drive, to try to get more attention is what I'm trying to say. He's super successful. He owns his house. He's got it made. He gets to do what he loves for a living. and live a really good life. You know, money's not really the biggest object for him, like it is for others. So I think he's in a situation where he can do whatever he wants because he wants to, and because of that, I don't think that he has a reason to lie. So that doesn't mean that his sources are correct. Of course, he even said, "Hey, this doesn't mean it's happening, but just like it's a guarantee that when I run out of Airheads, Stash is going to start eating Airheads again." Is what it is. Literally, we were eating them for weeks. Stash had none, and now we're out, and Stash is pounding it down. See, there's just some things in life I can't predict. That said, I think a direct can still happen this month. I think a direct. The reason that it feels, setting aside any rumors, like it feels like we need a direct. There's so many games that we don't have release dates for that are announced, third party and first party. That's really like the biggest sign that we need a direct. Yeah, Nintendo can keep doing things like Dragon Drive release date dropped on Nintendo today. That's fine. If they want to keep trickling out one game at a time every month, like, when we get to next month and we're getting close to Dragon Drive coming out, they drop a release date for something in September. Sure, that's their prerogative. They can keep doing that. But the bottom line is that gamers like to have roadmaps.
Sure.
Because most, I don't know about on this show, but most gamers are not going to buy every game Nintendo releases. They're not interested in all of them. There's people that watch my channel right now have zero interest in Donkey Kong Bonanza. Cool. They just want to know when the next 3D Mario is. Cool. Well, we don't know. And that's okay that we don't. But they want to know dates for other things. Like, I'm not excited for this, but I am excited for Metro Prime 4. When are we going to know? I don't know. When are we going to know? Like, we're in July. It's going to be August. There's going to be 4 months left in the year. Like, why don't we have release dates for all these months? So, like, that's one thing that makes you feel like, okay, Nintendo's games, there's so many we need release dates for. Heck, even seeing something like more of Kirby Air Riders. That's a 2025 game. We still haven't actually seen the game itself. We just saw a little cutscene thing. So, when are we going to see the game? So a lot of that stuff is like, okay, Nintendo can keep doing individual game directs. They can keep doing it through Nintendo Today, but it's not nearly as exciting as an event where you get a bunch of stuff at once. Then third parties. Obviously, NBA 2K gave us a date. Madden, that was announced at the direct. They gave us a date for their stuff. But there's just so many we don't know. And that's forgetting wanting new game announcements. There's just a lot that they've already said is coming that we don't know. Like I know one that Digital Foundry keeps talking about that they want to check out in particular is Star Wars Outlaws. That was announced in the direct. And we heard
that has a release date, right?
Yeah, I know it does.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Technically, yeah. But that was my point, is like, it's so random. Like, you really have to be watching channels like me or really be paying attention to like Go Nintendo or Nintendo Everything, or just follow the right accounts on X like Stealth or something. Because if you're not paying attention, you're going to miss it.
Yes. Yeah.
It's very, like, for all I know, I wasn't around today. Maybe Borderlands 4 got a release date for Switch 2 today. I have no idea. Maybe. There was no warning to me that a release date was going to come. At least when a direct is coming, I expect release dates in the direct. So, like, I know, okay, I can set that time aside. Even if I can't stream it, I can at least pay attention to it. And not just because we're going to talk about it on the show, but just because I want to see the release dates for stuff. So there's just a lot of stuff we need release dates for. There's a lot of stuff that I'll say even this, we just need new announcements. Like, how you keep hype going. And I know, appreciate what we have, appreciate what's already announced. I do agree. Sometimes too often we're always too forward looking, right? Not appreciate what Stash was talking about that earlier. Like, hey, appreciate what's already here. But I also have a news channel, which means I'm all about what's to come. The channel is that way because that's what I'm about. I don't replay games. If I have a game like Hogwarts Legacy, haven't beat it yet, I'm going to beat it. But that doesn't really matter. Like, that's not exciting for the future. It's what I already have. And I love what I already have. And I've got plenty to play. That's why I said, nothing new released last month. So, or haven't had any new release since like Switch 2 came out. It's kind of a bummer. It's a bummer because I already have games to play, but I don't know what to be excited for beyond Bonanza right now. Besides just hoping that like Kirby Air Riders is going to come out this year. Hoping, that that I'm not, I don't even remember right now the exact release date of the Outlaws and if I'm going to pick it up because I actually want to compare it because I have it on Xbox.
September 4th.
Yeah, I knew it was like September 4th or 5th, but I was just like, am I going to remember when that comes out? Or is it going to be like the day of launch? I'll be like, oh shit. Okay, do I want to pick this up now so I can compare it to my Xbox version? Because Yuli has been playing Outlaws on Xbox. So I'm like, hey, I didn't realize you were going to like this game. You're not really into Star Wars. Oh, it's a Star Wars game? I didn't even know. To be fair, every time like any text comes up in the game, she's like, skip. I don't want to read any shit. I just want to get back to the gameplay. I'm like, all right, cool. So I guess she enjoys the
kids do that. It infuriates me.
Oh, dude, it annoys me. It's like a Star Wars guy. But hey, wait, I haven't seen this yet. Oh, okay, never mind. Just skip through all this. Dude, do you know who that is? Do you know? No, I don't give a fuck. Okay.
Any game that's narratively driven, skipping cutscenes or like skipping through dialogue is like nails on it. Like it just makes me so uncomfortable.
Now, to be fair,
I'm like, you're ruining this whole. Why are you even playing?
Ubisoft games make it easy to just care about the gameplay because you could like skip, and then there's just an indicator telling you where to go.
Sure.
So you can just it's really easy to not have to pay attention to the story, so just get to where you need to be.
Sure.
But I'm glad she enjoys the gameplay too because it's a very different kind of gameplay loop than she's used to playing. But it's still kind of like, okay, do you ever care about story? Like, honey, this is to me like you're reading a book. And you decide, I'm just going to look for the image that's at the beginning of each chapter and not actually read anything in between.
Yeah.
I've actually put down games that I enjoy playing because the story upsets me or is not good. So like story's a big one. If it's a game that's designed to be narratively driven, obviously I'm not worried about story when I play Mario. Right. But yeah, like it even games where I've had like, oh, this is pretty, the combat's really good in this game, but if the story is ass and that's like kind of the focal point, I'll be like, this game's not for me. I don't know.
Yeah,
that kills me.
The story when I play, like I'm playing Hogwarts Legacy. She's like, why are you like paying so intently close attention to the story details and like the voice acting that's going on? I'm like, dude, I'm a Potterhead, honey. What are you fucking talking about? I need this. This is like my addiction to Harry Potter. Get out of here. Like, same reason I'm going to watch the HBO series. I don't know if the castings are good. I'm going to watch it and see what happens because I like Harry Potter. And I just hope it's good.
I've got a funny one. I just got to tell the story real quick. Really short. Way back when one of my favorite series growing up used to be the Metal Gear Solid series. Since on the PS1, my favorite Metal Gear game of all time is Metal Gear Solid 3. I think it's the best one in the series personally. I love the story, the dynamic between Big Boss and Boss. Anyways, if you guys have played those games, you know the cutscenes are frequent and long. Sometimes they're like 20-minute cutscenes, and you cannot in the original Snake Eater, you could not pause the cutscenes. It wasn't possible on PS2. And I remember I had to go to the bathroom so bad that I was panicking. And I don't think my game had been saved for a long time that I made the choice. Obviously, I love the story so much to just turn off the console and be like, I'm starting the game over.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you made the choice to crap your pants. I was going to give you props for that.
That would have been better. That would have been way better. I made the choice to just start the game over because I care about the story so much. Oh man, that's way better. Why didn't I just shit my pants, dude?
Yeah, dude.
I do have a funny story though. This one's better. This one will be more entertaining. But years ago, not video game related at all, but I feel like I have to tell a better story now because of what you just said. That just ruined my story just now. Way back when I was like 22, I had a group of friends ask me to meet with them at a bar. And so I show up. I was the last one there. I sat down at the bar next to my buddy, and he looked at me and said, "Your kind isn't welcome here." And so I got up, went to my car, and drove home. 40 minutes later, I get a text saying, "Did you actually leave?" And I said, "Yes." And they said, "We were joking, right?" And I said, "Yes, I just thought it would be funny if I actually left." and I never went back. I stayed in and played video games. I thought it was hilarious. They didn't find it that funny, but I thought it was hilarious.
I thought you left because you shit your pants. I was no. Where you going right now? Like, hey, I have to leave too if that happened. Damn, I probably wouldn't come back either, just in case someone noticed. Anyways, getting back to what I was saying about the rumors. Yeah, so I hope there's a direct this month. We'll see what happens. Do I trust Nash Weedle? I mean, I don't, not as much as some other content creators do, but I do think that he's had enough correct that I pay attention. But I don't know. I've been covering rumors and stuff for so long on the channel for so many years. I've seen so many like people come and go in the space because they end up that they were just making it up or stealing it from more credible people or whatever. At least Nash Weedle, I'll give him this much. He's not hiding. He puts his face on the internet.
Yeah.
He answers questions. He's doing another interview with the Tap the Backlog. Like, he answers questions. He doesn't avoid things. So I got to give him credit. That's more than like pretty much anyone else does, which then makes you feel like he's willing to put his own reputation, like as a person, on the line. That's kind of cool. I don't know if that necessarily means that he's right or knows anything, but so I think that's interesting. That's definitely different. Not even Nate the Hate does that. He still keeps his identity completely hidden. He just has his voice out there. So you only know who he is if you actually know him in real life. That said, and that's assuming he's not using a voice changer. I have no idea. That said, I do wonder about some of the other stuff here. Like when you say themes are coming, but are potentially years away, it's like, okay, why? Why? There's already a theme menu. You could add colors anytime you want. It doesn't take long. So you can literally just add themes tomorrow. And then if you want to do image ones, well, how come people hack their Switches and have a new theme made in 3 seconds? Like, I don't understand why it would be years away.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, that's kind of my thing. Like, and by the way, I don't give a shit about themes. Contrary to what the slide says.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and if you don't believe them, go back a few episodes.
I don't actually give a shit about themes, but I know a lot of people do. And I can recognize that. Like, not everything has to be catered to me. I already have what I want right now. If themes come out, probably wouldn't make any difference to me. Would I use them? Maybe. I don't know. It would have to be a theme that speaks to me. And then I realized, God, I'm only on the home menu for like fucking 2 seconds. Who cares? Kind of like my phone. Like, I got a new phone today because we changed companies I'm with. And guess what? It looks exactly the same as my old phone with the exact same images because that's all I did. I just transferred it. I ain't going to change this. Dude, I got my fucking hot ass wife on the front of my phone. I ain't changing that image till she gives me another hot ass photo to put on the front of my phone. That's just the way it is. I'm a simple man. I don't need a lot. So themes can fuck off. I'm cool. Dark gets me where I want to be. So I just feel like, themes being years away to me is almost like a red flag when someone says that. Because it's like, yeah, you're just giving yourself, you're saying something people really want, and then you're giving yourself years for it to come true. And then if it doesn't, you can come up with some excuse about, oh, they decided at some point in those years to not do it. And it's like, really? They had themes on 3DS. They had themes on Wii U. If they wanted themes, they'd be there. So like the theme one is actually a red flag to me, despite the fact that people clicked on this podcast to watch that and 50,000 people clicked on a video because it had themes in the title and a theme in the thumbnail. I get it. That's the rumor. It's almost a red flag to me, rumor. This is the kind of rumor that makes me think of Zippo. Because Zippo would come out and say something that is like years away from happening. Like people were trying to give him credit for Mario and Luigi because he said it like 4 years ago. I'm like, wow, what the fuck are we talking about? Like, you can't get credit for a rumor that you said 4 years ago. You said it was coming within the next 12 months, and then it arrives 4 years later. You clearly didn't know what the fuck you were talking about. Because a new one eventually came out. That's like me saying, yeah, guys, guess what? Nintendo's making a new fucking 3D Zelda game. It'll be out sometime in the next decade. I'm now an insider, baby. Because I'm probably going to be right. And then if I'm wrong and it doesn't come out in the next decade, it'll probably be a couple of years after that, and I'll still get credit. So this is what that rumor sounds like to me. I want it to be true for the people that want it, but I don't know why we'd have to wait years for it to happen. That just doesn't make sense to me. They already have point systems in place to spend platinum points and all this stuff. Right now, they took away gold points, and the main reason we wanted those fucking things on Switch too. Maybe, I guess, they could relaunch it with gold points and make it something you buy with gold points, I guess. But then you took that away before the system came out, so why do you need extra years to kind of figure that out? I don't get that. Doesn't make sense. You already let us buy themes in a way. You let us buy icons and stuff. Why can't themes just be like that, where you can buy them like that if you want, or if you want it to be a microtransaction thing and we pay real money? Fine, do that. Or if you want to give them for free, do that. I just don't know what would be the big holdup for years to wait for themes. Especially when we've had 8 years of no themes on Switch, it just doesn't make sense to me. You've had plenty of time to sort this out if you wanted it. So, all this to say, it's actually a red flag to me that that's actually a rumor that came out of his mouth. Anything that's years away just sounds like bullshit. And by the way, someone's going to point out, well, the Ocarina of Time stuff. Yeah, you're right. The more I think about it, the more it might be bullshit. Now, an Ocarina of Time is something I think is happening because of Aonuma. Aonuma is the reason why I think something's happening with Ocarina of Time, because he's been teasing it. What if Nashville's just piggybacking off the Aonuma teases? You know what I mean? And that's what could be happening. So I'm starting to get like really skeptical. Like, yeah, he got some stuff right. But like I think like one of the recent things that people gave him a lot of credit for was in that direct that they would be featuring Donkey Kong but no Mario. It's like, okay, well, there was other people saying that on Family Boards before he said it, so I'm confused why he gets credit for it. So, yeah, it's a red flag to me. The other rumor that he put out there, what was it? What was that third one? It was about the Switch 2 editions.
Yeah.
Pikmin 4. Yeah. So Pikmin 4 Switch 2 edition just makes sense. It's a beloved game that we might not be seeing again for a few years with a fifth one. It's one that Miyamoto actually worked on. He worked on Pikmin 4, for those who don't know. It's the last game he actually worked on. I don't know if he's going to work on Pikmin 5 or if he's just fully handed it off now, but he had slight involvement in Pikmin 4. So it's interesting because I think it's going to be a while. So a Switch 2 edition could happen. I think a Switch 2 edition could happen for pretty much any of Nintendo's Switch 1 games. It'll be curious if they ever do one that got a free update and then they decide to give a Switch 2 edition anyways. That'd be wild. That'd be absolutely wild. But could it happen? Sure. So I kind of feel like the Switch 2 editions to me have replaced Wii U ports. Switch 2 editions are the new Wii U port. They give you a reason to rebuy something from the past. That's what Wii U ports were. That's what Switch 2 editions kind of are. Obviously with the ability to just to buy if you already own it, just buy the new part of it. So I do definitely think there's going to be a bunch of new ones. There was that thing today where Nintendo re-upped a bunch of trademarks in a whole bunch of different countries or something. A lot of those could relate to Switch 1 games and be Switch 2 editions. Or there could be nothing, because Nintendo re-ups trademarks all the time. But the reason people paid attention is because, well, they added Dragon Drive and all these other ones to it. I'm like, yeah, I guess. I mean, I don't know. The legal team is what handles all that stuff, so I don't know if there's any real correlation. I've paid a lot of attention to that stuff in the past and reported on it, and then like nothing has happened so many times that I'm like, okay, well, did it really actually mean anything? Maybe internally at Nintendo it meant something, but I don't know. Externally, nothing really happened. So yeah, I'm gonna kind of, I think, leave it at that. I'm starting to have severe doubts about Nashville. I've kind of had them there the whole time. I was kind of being cautious. That said, a direct this month, I point to beat 'em ups, and I have faith that he knows what he's talking about. When it's going to happen, I don't know. Some people say they can't do it the same week of Donkey Kong. Well, Donkey Kong had a new console released the last time a game came out in that series, or revealed back in January 16th. We remember it all as the reveal date of Switch 2. It also was the release date for Donkey Kong Country Returns HD. The same day. Wild. So I'm not going to put it past Nintendo to say, oh, Bonanza's out today. That's cool. Here's the direct. Fucking wild. Everyone play Bonanza on your Switch 2 while you're watching the direct or something. I don't know. That'd be wild if they did that. But I'm not going to put that past them. We have a Pokemon Presents coming up. That's something we do know is happening. So that's gonna be a fun thing. I don't know if we're doing a bonus episode for that yet or not. That's going to depend on if there's like enough in there to do a bonus episode. But we know ZA for sure is going to be in there. And if nothing else, whether it's that day or the next week, ZA is going to be a topic. It's going to be something we need to talk about. But yeah, it's funny. Nashville said 3 sources this week, 2 sources for the last week of the month. This week and the last week of the month seem like the most likely weeks. Just conveniently, Bonanza's next week. The next week's Pokemon Present. So what are the weeks that were left? It was this week or the last week, right? Like, it kind of convenient. So I'm hoping there's a direct this month, and I'll just leave it at that as a hope. And I'm basing it more on beat 'em ups, saying that he knows that there's a direct this month, but he won't tell us how. I don't know. I know third-party devs. They haven't told me jack shit.
Maybe Nash Weedle told him.
Yo, can you imagine if that's what it was? That was
You never know.
Colluded with Nash Weedle. That'd be wild. That'd be absolutely wild.
I've got some thoughts on some of the stuff that you said, but Paul, I want to give you a chance before I give any of my thoughts to respond to this topic, because I think you stepped away right at the start. It's basically, Nash Weedle reporting that rumors are leaking that a direct is landing this month. Some people were saying it would be this week. That looks not to be the case. Some people are saying at the last week of the month. Do you think there's any truth to a direct happening this week? Do you believe it will happen? Why or why not? Additionally, he mentioned that themes are coming to Switch 2, but maybe not for a year to 2 years down the road. And lastly, he also mentioned that we should be expecting some new Switch 2 edition games like Pikmin 4. What are your thoughts on these three categories?
New Nintendo Switch 2 editions of games like Pikmin 4 makes sense to me. I mean,
Sure.
Pikmin is very important to Mr. Miyamoto and to Nintendo. They would like it to be a pillar more than I think people are accepting of it being a pillar, because the games are niche-ish. It's kind of weird to say a game is niche when it still is able to sell 1 million, 1.5, 3 million copies, but like, it's not of the Mario caliber of sales and stuff like that. But so I want to be clear, like, not niche, but they want it to be higher. They would love for it to be a 7 million consistent seller. And I think have a beautiful game, look that much prettier, and throw in some mouse controls and improved multiplayer and maybe a little bit more stuff. Like, it sounds relatively safe to think that that's accurate. So I believe it. Now, if one person is saying something that gels really well with what I think, and they're saying multiple things, it kind of makes me think that other thing might be accurate too, when it comes to like themes. I think that Nintendo didn't want to ruffle the feathers of their own operating system and keep it so simple, so basic. Don't make anything any slower on the Nintendo Switch. Everything is just operating right. That if we threw in too many colors and too much music, could you detract from this? Could we have to deal with this problem? Could it open up a door that a Trojan horse could come in and mess up the system, brick it, damage it? Let's just keep it as is. But with Nintendo Switch 2 having more horsepower than Nintendo Switch, less room for error in some regards of it crashing, I think it's just a matter of time before they do add it. Right now, let's solidify as just a gaming console. It's also sometimes less is more, or sometimes you appreciate the new as it gets added. Like, if you had the ability to launch a Mario and a Zelda movie back to back, I don't think you would do it in April and in May. You would want several months in between, because it keeps the hype cycle active. It keeps the talking around something often. Yes, they could have the Nintendo Switch 2 launch with the ability to have more backgrounds, but by making it something new, it's something new for people to talk about. It is something new for that social media post that day. It is something new for YouTubers, for folks across the industry to make a post on. Now, you could say, well, wouldn't you want that from the beginning? Yeah, but in the beginning, it would just be one more thing along with Fast Fusion, along with Mario Kart World, along with everything else. But now it's something else. So I don't think it's this big thing that the system can't handle. Because I think Nintendo Switch, as silly as it is to say, really, you don't think that it could have handled it? Nintendo 3DS could handle it. Not that it couldn't have handled it, but you saw how slow eShop got over the years. It wasn't like that day one in March of 2017. It was a snappier running eShop back then. But it's kind of like the internet. It's kind of like file sizes. Your old e-machines from 2005 that was 755 megahertz and whatever, like it was fine at the time. As the internet got bigger, it no longer was able to keep up. Your old iPhone that's perfectly capable from 6 years ago, it can't keep up nowadays because file sizes are bigger on the internet. All this other stuff. Anyways, my point is, I think it's less of a Nintendo Switch 2 can't handle it. I think it can. I think that it will come. These themes. It's just Nintendo wants to have a constant flow of new things coming to the system to talk about, to build up hype, to build up excitement. Now, whether Nash Weedle knows it, heard it, and it's from this same person potentially as the individual who told him about Pikmin 4 in Nintendo Switch 2 edition, I don't know, but I do believe that we will get themes sooner or later. So I don't necessarily think it's silly to say we have to wait, because I can see it from Nintendo's perspective of wanting to drip feed out more and more, so you're constantly getting something new throughout the gen. Especially if there's some kind of monetization behind it, like it's free, but there's a new coin system coming out that your platinum coins are going to be able to purchase for free, but for your gameplay, your achievement style, your trophy style is going to be how you unlock these backgrounds. Kind of a digital background for your wall, but it's for your Nintendo Switch. Maybe they will
pre-order bonuses. Or pre-order bonuses for new games.
I thought a really cool way to integrate the whole trophy collectathon achievement kind of thing would be a very Nintendo way of doing it. Would be, think back to Super Smash Bros. Melee for GameCube, where you had, before Amiibos came out, there were little Nintendo trophies that you could stack in a Triforce manner, in a vertical, horizontal columns and rows manner, and you had like different Nintendo consoles on your 3D shelf and stuff like that. You remember all that?
I loved it, yeah.
And that would be pretty sweet if you had a digital room and that was your background. That was how you unlocked little things of games, and that was your physical amiibo, your physical gift. But what if Nintendo is taking a little bit longer for the background because it's tied to something that's a little bit more playful? It is its own app, and in the app, from you could browse your digital game room or whatever with your Mii or walking around or something like that, and you're scrolling through like a museum. You're walking around like Animal Crossing, right? You're walking around the museum and you pick it, and it takes it from that little mini game in this little app on the Nintendo Switch 2 called, Art Room or something like that. And then that's where you drag it and drop it, and then you make a theme. Why go through all that trouble? Why couldn't you just drop a theme on it? Maybe it's a part of a bigger plan. So I'm trying to think the way Nintendo works. Some of it is as a fan. Some of it is as I have enough friends at Nintendo that I'm like, gosh, the company does try to operate in a little bit of a magical way with what they do, that they just do a little bit differently. And the last topic
you gave me a fun idea, Paul, just by tying it to an app. All they got to do is be like, hey, you can make custom themes through the brand new game Mario Paint 2. And it uses mouse mode, and you design, and you could apply them to your home space.
You never know. Something like that. It could be pretty cool. And then the last thing is July. In general, do I think it's going to happen? I didn't think that a June 1 was necessary, or that was necessarily going to happen, because we got so much in such a small window. We had a Nintendo Direct in March. We had a Nintendo Switch 2 Direct in April. We had experiences around the world throughout April and May. We had the opening of a San Francisco store, the opening of a brand new Nintendo News app, the opening of a Donkey Kong section coming to Florida and Japan and stuff like that with the theme parks. We got Zelda movie announcement. We had an independent Donkey Kong Direct. We had a Nintendo Switch 2 console come out. All this stuff in this little window of time that cool factor-wise talking wise, Nintendo is making the mainstream. They're everywhere right now. They don't need a direct to still be in the public's eye. Do as much as you can with what you can with what you have, which is what the Nintendo Switch 2, with getting it out there to as many people as possible, with allowing the games to sell, because there are a certain amount of people that will not buy what's out there now because they see what's out there in 3 months, and they will hold off on their current purchase because they have a limited budget and they see, oh, that's coming out next. That looks cooler than what's out now. So by not giving telling everything right away, it gives a little bit of peace and calm to certain people to buy what's out now. Now, some of us might play more. Some of us might want the next big thing because we're excited. Nintendo will do it. However, I didn't think that meant they would necessarily wait until September, because that did seem a little long, just because Metroid Prime 4 Beyond does deserve a couple of months, in my opinion, of a release date countdown. Not just my own countdown, but just a countdown in general for people to rally behind the game, especially if they're going to do a Metroid Prime 2 or 3. You got to find a little bit of a window in it. That's, assuming that's going to happen, you know what I mean? But Kirby Air Riders and Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment, these are some of the titles that still need release dates. It would be nice to have a look at Mario. Give me a Super Mario Galaxy 2 remastered / Super Mario 3D Land HD 2-in-1 bundle, and call it Super Mario 3D All-Stars 2, release this September or something like that, and then a little tease of the next big Mario game to come out within the calendar year of the 40th anniversary before September 2026, which lines up nicely following the Mario movie sequel by a few months next year also. You know what I mean? But they don't need it yet. They could wait until July. And I think that now that we're in the month, I'm looking at July 22nd is Pokemon Presents. I don't think it's going to happen that week. July 17th is Donkey Kong Bonanza. I don't know if Nintendo would want to distract from the release of their own game with, here's what's coming out in a couple of months. Because then you look into that whole, do I buy DK or do I wait for this Zelda game that looks cooler? You don't have to worry about that too much, but there is a percentage of people that will operate that way in their thought process. So you got to be very careful with when you launch something. So then you have the last month, the last week, and you're looking at, I don't know, the 29th or 30th. Then again, this is a different Nintendo. Nintendo's always been a different Nintendo, though, like they've always been different. They're just operating at a little bit more of a level of difference than we're used to, which is making them even more difficult to predict than normal. Like, so if anybody says there's no way, it's impossible, Nintendo can't drop a direct on the same week as Donkey Kong Bonanza, just because it hasn't happened a whole bunch of times where they release a direct alongside a brand new big game doesn't mean they have never or that they can't. So I'm still on the fence of, I think a July will happen just because you still have a few important games that we don't know the dates of that probably deserve it. And it would be nice to see a little glimpse into the future beyond. What's the latest thing that we know about going into 2026? Well, Pokemon, that's 2025. Do we have a 2026 Nintendo Switch 2 game?
No.
Oh.
Well, I mean, technically,
Splatoon Raiders, possibly, right? I guess.
We have no Switch 2 exclusive release dates after Donkey Kong or games.
Or Dust Bloods. There we go. Yeah,
with release dates.
Dust Bloods is 2026. That was the one that I was thinking of that has a calendar of next year. And Splatoon Raiders, no year associated with it yet. But like you said, like after Bonanza, that's it when it comes to dates. So I think that hopefully answered all of it. I think that we'll still get one in July. Or Nintendo sees that, hey, we're doing just fine. We're just going to do a shadow drop on X of here's a brand new trailer for Metroid Prime 2 and 3. Let's go. And by the way, release date of 4. Boom. And they just do it on Twitter, on X, on their Nintendo app, on YouTube, and that's it. It's a little bit less fun. It's more exciting, I think, rallying behind the 42-minute Nintendo Direct, waking up that morning, planning a stream, going live, having the reactions. But if I'm Nintendo and I'm wanting to monopolize everybody's mind space in the video game industry so that everyone is always talking about me, I'm pacing myself like boom, a drop, boom, a drop, boom, a drop, boom, a drop, boom. So everyone is always talking. You go too front loaded, then people are like, when's the next thing? Well, this is the next thing. We're giving it a couple of months in between. So yeah, I'm probably gonna roll soon, by the way. But I'm glad that I was here for that part. I don't think I'm gonna be able to hang on much more.
No worries. I'm getting hungry anyways, so I mean hungry.
I need a cheeseburger. You know?
Yeah. So what's interesting is for this one, I feel like Stash and I have been on the same page a lot lately because I've been of the belief. What?
You're just becoming best friends with everyone. That's all. AVS, now Stash.
I know. It just comes easy to me.
I gotta stop. I was about to go somewhere that I couldn't come back from, so I'm gonna stop.
Sheesh. No, but I feel like him and I have been seeing eye to eye a lot, and coming from the same perspective. I'm definitely of the belief that I'll wait.
What? I wasn't interrupting you.
No, but I can't.
Here, will this help you? There we go.
That's much better. Yes, thank you.
No distraction.
No, I've been of the belief that there's going to be a July Direct. I think it's both important and necessary to happen. I don't think Nintendo can wait till September. That being said, I don't think we should be all fiending over it and freaking out. But it wouldn't make sense to skip out on this. We have Donkey Kong Bonanza dropping this month. Then we have no release dates for any other Switch 2 exclusives this year or beyond. We have announcements. We've got Splatoon Raiders, which was announced, Hyrule Warriors, the new one that was announced, and Dustbloods. That game's 2026. Obviously, Dragon Drive is coming out. I'm not counting that as like a full Switch 2 because it's a $20 game. It's not like a big one. Kirby Air Riders is supposed to come out this year. Again, has no release date. We need those release dates. On top of that, Nintendo hasn't announced their big holiday game for this year. Do they not have a holiday game this year? I find that a little bit hard to believe. And what do we typically know about holiday games? They're usually the biggest game of the year, the most important release of the year. I think it would be a safe bet to assume that whatever Nintendo's November game is bigger than Mario Kart World and bigger than Donkey Kong Bonanza. Right? Is that a safe assumption? I mean, it is possible that they don't have anything bigger than that since it hasn't been announced yet. But I also wouldn't put it against Nintendo to announce their holiday game in the September Direct just a couple months before the holiday, considering they do massive Twitter drops and Nintendo Today drops. They do whatever they want.
Sorry.
Right. I mean, here's the thing. I'm very conflicted on Metroid Prime 4. And I've thought about this a lot. And guys watching, this has been the most interesting question to me since the reveal of launch. It's why I did my recent video on my channel collaborating with Thunderstash, Sumbro Nation, Nintendo Prime, and Rob from Rule of Two Review. If you guys are interested, definitely check it out because everyone had some really interesting predictions for what Nintendo's cooking this holiday. But I find it a really interesting question because this is the first time we've gotten this close to the holiday without knowing what the holiday game is for a Nintendo console. It's wild. And so when I think about Metroid Prime 4, well, the game typically isn't a system seller. You know, it's not a game that hits 10 million copies sold. It's never happened for the series. But what if they do a bundle? What if it's a themed bundle and you're getting Switch 2 edition for $50 like you got Mario Kart World for, and you're getting a cool Samus or Metroid themed console? Then that's an incentive for people on the holiday who maybe would never go out and buy a Metroid game because they don't know about it or they don't care about it, to get a console with a game at a deal and get the opportunity to discover a critically acclaimed series. I think that's an opportunity to bring Metroid Prime 4 into a more mainstream audience. At the same time, it doesn't have the pull, that big mainstream pull like a Mario or Zelda or an Animal Crossing or even probably a Splatoon game. Even rumors of a Mario Galaxy 2 remaster, that's a big deal. Now, if this was a remake, a beautiful, stunning remake from the ground up, that is holiday game material right there. But if it's just a fresh coat of paint, and granted, the Metroid Prime remaster is gorgeous, so I'm not knocking a very talented fresh coat of paint. That goes a long way. But I'm just curious for the big holiday game. When I think of Metroid Prime 4, it is a Switch game. It's getting a Switch 2 edition. Pokemon Legends ZA, that is a Switch 1 game that's getting a Switch 2 edition. Does Nintendo default their holiday game to a Switch 2 edition? Or do we actually get a Switch 2 exclusive this holiday? It's a fascinating question that I think Nintendo could tackle multiple ways. Obviously, I think the Switch is more capable than anything we've seen first party for the system so far. So it's totally possible that they've got big stuff cooking that's just not going to be ready by this holiday. Totally possible. But it's just an interesting thing to speculate about. And we already know we have tons of games that need release dates, and we need new third-party announcements. I don't think they could pack all of that into September. I think a July Direct is inevitable. I've believed this for a long time. I know Stash, you're on the same page. Let's knock the obvious one out of the way. Switch 2 editions, enhancements. Pikmin 4 makes a lot of sense. This one isn't really a surprise, rumor, leak, whatever from Nash. I think this is something that a lot of us have expected. I mean, Stashman multiple times speaking about Mario Wonder, speaking about Smash Ultimate. These are just things that I think we expect to see more of going forward. And hopefully the more surprising announcements would be free NSO upgrades. If you're the expansion pack subscriber, I think that's the more interesting question, because I'd like to see that. I think that's a great incentive, especially around the holiday time. Lastly, themes, Nate's favorite subject. I know Nate and I agreed a lot on themes last time we discussed it here on the show. We had a very happy discussion where we agreed for many, many moments. I said it last time. I don't remember if you were on the same page, Stash, so you could clarify. I think you were on the same page as me, that you agreed that you still think that themes might be coming to Switch too. I'm still in that boat. I think it's totally possible. Nate, yes, I think for any other company, up to 2 years away potentially would be a red flag. With Nintendo, that's not a red flag at all. That just sounds like classic weird Nintendo business to me. Like legit. I feel like with Switch 1, and it's been, my memory's fuzzy, it's been a while. I feel like a lot of the stuff regarding like NSO features and like the phone app was like super delayed and staggered and announced too early and didn't come out till way after. Like, it just seems like such a Nintendo thing to go like, yeah, we'll do themes, but we're going to wait a couple hours, even though we could probably knock this out like yesterday. Nintendo's a very weird company that does a lot of awesome things, but also makes a lot of weird, oddball, and sometimes questionable business decisions. Sometimes it completely works for them. I see what Paul's saying, though, that like it could be a drip feed more thing, like don't give them everything at once. Have that carrot on the stick. More announcements to look forward to coming soon. New exciting things. And I know you don't care about themes, Nate. I will say this. even if I'm in the menus momentarily, which sometimes I'm not. Sometimes I step away from my console, and hearing those little jingles or seeing those little menus is just it's just a fun little novelty. When we lost those special openings, those anniversary openings on the PS5, I was saddened. I missed them very much. It's a little thing that's meaningless once you get into the game, but it's just one of those one of those things that just makes me happy to be a gamer. And any way that I can incorporate nostalgia. Listen, there's so many game themes I would love to see, but honestly, give me a SNES theme or a Super Famicom theme or an NES. Give me some of that cool retro stuff, like the color coordination and even sound effects, GameCube and stuff. I am there for it. It's just a nice little touch that just makes me, helps bring a smile to your face. Even if only the first handful of times booting it up with that new theme. And then, the excitement around unlocking new themes with points or achievement system or however they incorporate it. But that's my 2 cents. Any objections?
No.
Nate?
I think it checks out.
I feel like Nate wants to.
I got nothing, man.
All right. Eric, you look like you have a lot on your mind right now.
Nope. My brain has flatlined about an hour and a half ago.
He's on life support right now. Well, that's my topic then, folks.
All right.
Hell yeah.
Well, we'll get to this last one, and it's just random news. Okay, couple stories to go over. But one thing I want to go over is this is a funny one. I don't know why I never included this. Sometimes I just don't think about it. We got Staplegate. GameStop is selling the stapler that wrecked all the Switch 2s. They're auctioning it off on eBay right now. This isn't even the current up to date. Let's refresh. Okay, yeah, no, it's $107,595. And to be clear, they are giving the money to charity, so it's like a charity fundraiser. But I think the CEO said if it got to 6 digits that he would include a pair of his underwear. So that's a thing. All right then, because it happened. So congrats for the extra pair of underwear you're going to get along with that stapler, whoever wins it. Obviously, it's more of a joke trying to drive for charity, but it is. I thought it was kind of just funny that GameStop did it. It is what it is. Enjoy. Whoever gets a stapler that wrecked Switch 2s, a used stapler, by the way, that wrecked a bunch of Switch 2s. Enjoy that really expensive stapler. But that's not really much of a story to really talk about. It's just GameStop doing weird things, but it's for a good cause, I guess. So there you go. But there's this interesting thing that Stash pointed out to me earlier that I didn't really realize. I hadn't really been paying super close attention. But when I think about these two things, it is weird. So Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3 and 4, right, coming out. It's got a free upgrade for the Switch 2 version. And then Hogwarts Legacy, obviously, I've covered this stuff in the news. Like Hogwarts Legacy had a $10 upgrade to buy the Switch 2 version. Now I'm saying version, not edition, because it is a whole different version of the game. For $10. Now these are obviously really awesome things, like free upgrades or free or really cheap new versions if you own the worst version on Switch 1. That is cool. But the weird thing is they never talked about it. They never advertised it. They never promoted it. So I have this weird question. Like, these are really pro-consumer moves by these two different companies, and there might be more companies doing it right now that I'm not even aware of because I'm not paying attention. So why are they not advertising this? That you can do this? I mean, I think I know why, which is a not so good reason, but yet it's a very pro-consumer thing they're doing. So let's go to the Birdman. I'll try not to make you interrupt with laughter that's not even coming through the mic.
I hate to interrupt and I hate to leave, but I've got to roll. Thank you for having me.
I get it, Paul. Tell me to fuck off. It's good. See you later.
let me go second. I need to step away for 1 second too. I apologize.
Everyone's leaving. It's fine. If I go, y'all go too.
Yeah. Solidarity with Paul.
All right. Later, Paul. Guys,
All
go
right.
check
Hey, Paul.
Paul Gale Network.
Was
We'll
that?
go, man.
Oh, yeah. Paul and Paul get on that work. Thanks again. See you all online. I might hop in the chat, and you never know. Like last time, I think I showed up in the last minute or
Back on the
something.
show.
Yeah, he did. We got right to the end. He's like, let me get back on. I'm still
Well,
awake.
see you guys. All right. For now, bye, everybody. Have a good one.
Bye, Paul.
Yeah.
All right. So, and of course, I called on Cream Savers over there, and he just, yeah, he just said, "I'll go second. I'm out."
Yeah.
Dude, he's going last
Yeah.
now. He's going fucking choice.
Yeah.
Eric, what are your thoughts on this weird shenanigans going on?
Man, I have no clue why they wouldn't be advertising it, but hey, I mean, it is pro consumer, so I got to give them that one. So I mean, it's probably, if you pick up the game and go, all of a sudden it's a pleasant surprise. Hey, cool, it updated. I like it. I don't know why they wouldn't be advertising it, but I like it.
All right, short and sweet. Stash.
All right. So here's my problem with this. Okay. Hogwarts Legacy. We'll start with that. That was the first one. They still haven't told anybody about this. And you have to go on the eShop. And you have to find the free Switch 2 edition. It doesn't tell you. It doesn't automatically download it for you. You literally have to go on the eShop and look. And why would you look if you don't know about it? Like, if you already own the game, why would anyone look? It's mind-boggling. And then with Tony Hawk, same thing. So the Tony Hawk's is interesting because when we all heard about the Switch 2 edition being a code in a box, right? Everyone was like, well, shit, that sucks. It's not even a game key card. It's a code in the box. Like, I wish I could just buy it physically for Switch 1 and upgrade, but, they're not doing that. So those are my choices, right? And then it found out, I think it was, what was it, earlier today? That there's an option to upgrade to the Switch 2 edition for free. But again, they stumbled upon it in the eShop when they were looking at the game because they already own the game. And they had no idea. And it's like, what is going on here? What? Like, the developer is not talking about it. The publisher's not, and Nintendo's not. Literally, nobody is talking about it. And it's only being learned by accident. And the information is only being shared through the gaming community circles, like small circles within the gaming community. I've seen videos today. I've seen reviews of Tony Hawk today complaining that, it's unfortunate that they don't have an upgrade. Literally, the person reviewing the game doesn't know. And they're docking them points for saying, like, it's shitty that they're doing this and that it's a code in the box. And it's just like, this is weird. Why are we doing this? And how long will this continue? And like, you look at Sega, Sonic X Shadow Generations, right? A lot of people are like, really? No free upgrade? Puyo Puyo Tetris, same thing. No free upgrade. And it's like, there were a lot of opportunities for a free upgrade. Suikoden 1 and 2, same thing. No free upgrade. Again, feels like perfect opportunity. All you got to do is bump the frame rate and the resolution to 1440p, and you got the Switch 2 edition. I'm trying to understand it. I really am. Because it seems like they don't want you to know about it, right? And if you don't want us to know about it, why are you even doing it? Just don't do it. Nobody else is doing it.
I did have a thought, Stash. What if they're doing this to push more people towards the shop? Like, people are all of a sudden discovering these, and it's like, oh, okay, I wonder what else other games are there. So they go to the shop, and all of a sudden now you're looking at, a whole bunch of other different games, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, this game looks good, let's buy it. It's one of those that you start hearing rumors of games out on the internet, or games that have the update available, and you go searching for ones that you have, and you might see something that you never thought of purchasing, and all of a sudden you're in that.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a point to that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I got two issues with that thought. One is that especially for the free upgrades, even the paid ones, you won't see it if you don't already own it.
Yeah,
that's one of the things. It's like you can go explore.
No, I know,
but you have to already own the game.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that you're not going to go look at the games that you have.
Sure.
That automatically brings you back into the shop, which might show you something that you might buy.
Sure. I don't know that third parties care about that. Nintendo might. I think it's very obvious why they're not saying anything about it. Why would they say something that makes them less money? They'd rather you just buy the full version of the Switch 2 one.
Yeah, but then why even do it? Because again, nobody else is doing it.
I think it's someone at the company wants to do it and got the okay, but then the company doesn't really want you. It's like begrudgingly we're offering it.
Warner Brothers?
Yeah.
Bro, they're one of the worst. Like, they're right up there with EA. Like, why would they do that?
Honestly,
begrudging. Yeah.
I think it's bad messaging. I think it's just really bad messaging. And I think that's been a theme.
The theme, yeah.
Yep. It's literally been the theme since the Switch.
They're just taking Nintendo's cue, right? That's all.
Yeah. Yeah. It's been the running theme.
Plain nothing to offer things.
I think especially with like the code in the box, it would be nice if Nintendo updated its UI to kind of work like PS5. When you go to download a game that has a PS4 or PS5 edition, it asks you which one you would like to download to your console. That's a really easy solution, but I don't think anyone should have to, I don't know, search through ancient manuscripts to figure out if there's a free upgrade. You know what I mean?
What happens if this stuff is temporary too?
Yeah.
That's a good, definitely a good point. Because if it is, they probably don't want to advertise it.
Media with access. Why are you not emailing and asking the companies?
I think that's a scarier and more realistic possibility, Nate, than just begrudgingly doing it. I think the fact that, like, what if it's temporary? That's a more legitimate question for sure.
Only the savvy people will take advantage, and then we take it away, and it doesn't matter anymore. See, I just look. It's funny because this is an interesting story that I don't think. I mean, this is so interesting. I might even talk about this on my show tomorrow because I don't think a lot of people are paying attention. Like, we talk about, it's a very pro-consumer move. Like, when we found out about the Hogwarts Legacy one, it's like, oh, that's actually really cool because Hogwarts Legacy on Switch 2, they had to completely report that thing from like an Xbox Series S. Like, it's like they did it all over again. So like, this is really cool that you can just get it for $10. And we're talking about, hey man, you can get it on sale for 17 on Switch 1, and then get the Switch 2 version. You spent 27 instead of having to spend 70. Like, this is a really great deal. And that gets all the attention because we're savvy and we're more up to date on things. And it's a positive. It is pro-consumer. Even if we'd rather it be more like free, like Tony Hawk 3+4, even then, it would have been easy to take that story and been like, hey, good on you guys for offering this free upgrade, kind of like we did with Hogwarts Legacy. But the more this pops up and the more the companies themselves aren't talking about it, the more it kind of feels like, okay, maybe they're rewarding their most hardcore people that pay attention, but they're still trying to pull the wool over on the general consumer. And it feels like, why? I guess just to say when you take it away that, hey, we did offer this. Yeah, but you didn't fucking tell anyone. So like, you're trying to get a good guy moment, but you weren't being good while you did it. I mean, it's like, I'm not saying that, look, I'd rather companies do this than not do it at all. I want to be very clear about that. I'd rather they do it than not do it. I just not saying anything ever, or even like, let's say it is temporary. That is so fucking shady if it's temporary. That's so shady if it is, because then you knew what you were doing. You wanted to get some positive word of mouth from podcasts like this show and others about this cool thing you're doing that's pro-consumer, just so you could yank it away by the time the general consumer hears about it. And that would just suck. I'm kind of afraid that companies will do that. I mean, WB is known to be a bit money grubbing with their games at times, even though I do enjoy a lot of the games they make. So we'll see. Obviously, like my whole takeaway is just think there's something fishy going on that doesn't smell right, even though technically these are two pro-consumer moves, and we might see more of them, but they're from two completely different companies. And I'm going to start to get curious if we start to see this be a theme moving forward. Like imagine this. What if NBA 2K, if you buy the Switch 1 version, has a free upgrade to Switch 2, and everyone could save $10?
Yeah, I was wondering about that.
But we just don't know about it because you got to buy the Switch 1 version first to even find out about it on the eShop.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like it's starting to make me second guess every purchase I'm going to make coming up. Like, hey, maybe I should buy the Switch 1 version because it's, I don't know.
Well, it's like Dragon Quest 3 or Dragon Quest 1+2 HD that's coming out October 30th. The Switch 2 version is a key card. Switch 1 version is the complete game on cart. And so if I had the information, but we don't, I would be able to make a more informed decision right now because I want to play it. I'll pre-order it, but I don't know which one to get. So I'm just sitting here waiting to see if they'll say something like, hey, if you buy the Switch 1 version, there will be a free upgrade to Switch 2.
I wonder, so Michael Gutmann brings up a point, and I don't know if they thought about this, but especially with the games that have physical copies on Switch 1, you know, the upgrade to get the new version, you could share that cartridge with multiple people, and then they could just get the upgrade. And then they get the new version of the game without ever having owned the first version. Just one person owned it and just shared it with all their friends. I'm not so sure the companies are thinking that much or that much about it. But I mean, I guess that would be one reason why, like, we want to offer this, but we don't want to really like advertise it because then people are just going to share their physical copies and everyone's going to get the game for $10 when they didn't buy it, the first one. Or then they'd have to put a limitation in that you could only do it if you bought it digitally, which then would just piss off any physical copy owner. Because Hogwarts, for sure, you could put the physical copy in and buy the Switch 2 version.
You have to put the physical copy in to play it, though?
No. Once you buy the
Switch
2, no, once you buy the Switch 2 version, it's a completely separate version of the game from Switch 1. So you just own a digital copy on Switch 2. So like that would be a reason why, like, hey, we want to offer this, but also we realize it can be easily abused. But even then, like, all of this is just for an excuse to offer something, but then not say anything.
Yeah,
it's weird.
It's a good point though that Michael brought up.
Yeah, that's an angle I wasn't thinking of, because that would be them being like, hey, we want to offer this, but if we advertise it, you know, the more people that know, the more abused it's going to get. Whereas most people that find out about it now probably already own it.
We could do the same thing too on PlayStation.
Yeah.
For the PS4 to PS5 upgrades. No different.
Yep. Especially if they don't require the disc, because it's like a whole new version of the game.
They don't.
Yeah.
So
That's wild.
Those were all advertised though.
Yeah, I know. Well, to be
They're-
fair,
they're
though,
great.
third parties sell a lot more copies on PlayStation too. So they may not care about, oh, we maybe lost a sale here. They didn't really care because they already sell a lot of their games there. Whereas that's a point too on Switch 2 that like, hey, it's early in the life cycle. Third parties were okay on Switch 1, but they weren't, selling gangbusters. Maybe we don't want to do anything that could risk sales on Switch 2 in terms of advertising something that we're offering, which is like what we would offer on PlayStation. But PlayStation, we didn't care because there was enough people buying the new one that we didn't care about it. But maybe on Switch 2, they're worried they're not going to sell enough copies of the Switch 2 version of Hogwarts Legacy on its own. So they're like, hey, we are offering the same thing we would do for PlayStation, but we don't really want to. It's kind of hush-hush. Which, again, is a greedy thing about wanting all the money in the world.
Yeah.
Because if they would have, the thing is, if they would have advertised this heading into launch, guess how many more copies of the Switch 1 version of Hogwarts Legacy you probably would have sold? Yeah, it was on sale for $17, but you might have sold like an extra $1 for people that just wanted to get the Switch 2 upgrade for when they eventually own Switch 2. So you could have helped your sales there as well.
Yeah,
So
it's weird.
Very weird. Okay, we'll move on from that because obviously another story I want to get into. This one was with Switch port developer Virtuous. They have dev kits. They've openly talked about how they have dev kits for Switch 2. They're one of the biggest port studios in the world. They don't just port to Switch, they port to other platforms as well. But obviously they're also porting games for Switch 2, and they can't talk about what they're working on for Switch 2 or anything. They're under NDAs, but they were asked specific questions about the Switch 2 dev kits and working with them. And they talked about how like the GPU is slightly below a Series S in terms of its overall output, especially in handheld. However, their opinion based on stuff they've worked on is that DLSS basically eliminates any gap there is between the GPU stuff, even in handheld. And then it said the CPU is actually, in terms of just raw performance, is closer to a PlayStation 4, but is more powerful than the PlayStation 4's CPU. And that's kind of a big deal because they did not upgrade the CPU in the PlayStation 4 Pro. So it also means that the CPU is more powerful than the one in that system, but it's not like a big leap forward. Like it's not, oh my gosh, it's as powerful as a Series S CPU. No, but it is better than what was in that other generation, even if only slightly. And then the GPU is way ahead of anything that was going on PS4. That being said, they also talked about how, in their opinion, any game that runs at 60 FPS on Xbox Series S can easily be ported to Switch 2. Like it's not even a concern. They don't have to worry about it. If it runs at 60 FPS on Series S, there's no reason you shouldn't put it on Switch 2. It's easy. They don't even have to try that hard. Now, that doesn't mean it's going to be there at 60 FPS on Switch 2. That I don't know. But it's just easy to bring it over. Like there should be no concerns. Any game that runs at 30 FPS but is more GPU reliant than CPU reliant should also be no problem. They did note that some games that are 30 FPS that are more CPU reliant, they didn't say those games couldn't come to Switch 2, but they did say they would require a lot more work and optimization. And that's them saying like, hey, these are the kind of experiences that you come to us for, is what it kind of sounded like when you read the interview. Like anyone can make these other ports. It's easy. But like, these are like, there's going to be tougher ports out there that require more work. And that's kind of what we do. So that was interesting. It kind of settles the debate on what the Switch 2 is capable of, sort of thing, because they gave direct comparisons and really framed it in what it can do. Obviously, for most gamers, we just care what the games look like and how they play. That being said, what I found interesting was Digital Foundry put up a video today comparing the Switch to Steam Deck with Cyberpunk. And I found a lot of things in that video very fascinating. Eric was listening to it in the background while I was trying to figure out topics today, and there's a lot of interesting takeaways they had. One is that, like, in docked mode, just period, Switch 2 is better than Steam Deck with this particular game. It just is. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. It's higher resolution, better. DLSS is better than FSR3. Higher frame rates. Everything's just better in docked mode. No surprise, because when you run,
that's pretty much common sense.
Yeah,
like it's ridiculous to say otherwise.
Yeah. Yeah, and all these PCs, there's no extra advantage when you dock them. They don't get more powerful when you dock them. They're running at their max power all the time. Another thing they noted was in handheld. They were using the internal capture ability of Switch 2, the 30-second clips you can take, which cap out at 1080p and 30 FPS, which is fine because that's the mode they were running on the game, so they were keeping it at 30 FPS anyways. They just wanted to do some frame counts, and they basically said that, it does run at a few frames less than Steam Deck, but they said something extremely interesting. Steam Deck is taking like 24.5 watts to run at what it's running in handheld, and Switch 2 is doing almost just as well as they are at 8.9 watts is what it was running in Cyberpunk. That is insane power efficiency. Now they note obviously that look, Switch 2 has a much smaller battery, so it needs to have that power efficiency. Obviously Steam Deck has a much larger battery, so it can use that more power, and they can both be around the same hours of turned on. But I find it interesting because the Switch 2 only using 8.9 watts to hit almost identical, almost not quite, slightly less, but almost identical performance to Steam Deck and handheld is wild to me. At like a third of the power draw, it really shows how like power efficient the chip is, despite it being 8 nanometer and everybody panicking how that wasn't going to be power efficient enough. Very power efficient. And for funsies, they messed with the Steam Deck and got it to get its watt output at anywhere near Switch 2. They couldn't quite match it. They got it to 9.1. And they were like, what did they say? It was something like watching a slideshow. Like how bad the Steam Deck ran. Like just showing that how power inefficient it is in comparison to Switch 2. They said, obviously, in the grand scheme, it doesn't really matter because it uses a bigger battery and it gets about the same battery life. So you do get technically better performance in handheld on a Steam Deck. But they were just pointing out that, like, hey, people should really be paying attention to how power efficient this is, because this means that, like, down the line, when this node gets shrunk more, it's going to end up being even more power efficient than that, which could really end up doubling or tripling the battery life on like a Switch 2 Lite or a Switch 2 OLED. So that's something to pay attention to for future revisions, where we might see, we saw it with Switch 1 even. Look at the average battery life on the Switch 1, the original is like 2.5 to 6.5 hours. So only a half hour better than the Switch 2. But then go look at the Switch OLED. It's like 4 to 9 hours. Huge leap. Why? Because they shrunk it down. So how efficient it was, it just got even more power efficient. So that's what's going to end up probably happening with Switch 2 as well. So that was just kind of an interesting note there. And then obviously that in this particular game, they also note, hey, Switch 2 has advantages, such as they actually make the game for the system. They don't make the game for Steam Deck. So like, there's always those advantages, but they also point out it's kind of the advantage of being a console versus handheld PCs. Like, you're a console. People are going to customize their game for your system. They're not going to do that for all these handheld PCs. So it is interesting. It is very interesting. Obviously, they tried to dial in the PC settings down to, roughly what they could determine. They couldn't get it exact because it is fully custom on Switch 2, but they tried to dial it in as close as they could based on a few key areas they talk about. But it's interesting. The general takeaway is, buy whichever one you want to play Cyberpunk. Who cares? But that the Switch 2 is doing things at wattages that would have seemed impossible 5 years ago. It seemed impossible to them coming into this. They said things last year like there's no way Cyberpunk runs on a 10 watt system. Oh, it's 8.9 and it's matching a 24.5 watt system. That's pretty crazy. So obviously kudos to NVIDIA and Nintendo for the work done on this to take an 8 nanometer node that everyone thought was going to be, just can't do it. The power draw is too high. It turns out they're efficient as hell. And that's really cool. Obviously, it also always makes people wonder, man, what would happen if Nintendo made a super powerful system with this power efficiency? Yeah, I get it. We all can have our dreams. That said, What do you guys think about all this stuff with the power between Virtuous, between this new stuff by Digital Foundry? Obviously, our own hands-on experience. You know, a lot of the stuff I'm hearing here just kind of matches my gameplay experience. Of this thing's really near what I'm getting on other systems. Like, it's close enough that I'm not really giving a shit anymore. So let's start with Stash, because I know you actively are playing on like everything.
Yeah.
So what are you
Yeah,
thinking
I am.
about
Well, one, this is really good to hear from them. They did Oblivion Remastered that just came out, and they're working on Metal Gear Solid, Delta, Snake Eater.
Yep.
I do feel like the way they said if it runs on Series S, we can easily get on Switch too. Reading between the lines a little bit, I feel like these were two games that I've already talked about a million times, right?
Yeah.
Coming to Switch too. So I think that's exciting. I was looking at just their whole catalog of work, their whole body of work here on Wikipedia. And you know, they've done a lot, man. They've done a lot. They did a lot for Switch. A lot of great games, a lot of great ports. So I really value what they have to say. As far as playing games on all the consoles, right? And comparing it, again, this is why I'm picking up 2K on Switch too. I've been playing it on PlayStation for years. But the fact is, man, it's completely, comparable to PlayStation. And we haven't even seen it on Switch 2, but the fact that it's going to be the Gen 9 version tells everybody that it's obviously it's the next gen version. So it's going to be at 60 FPS. Now again, if the visuals aren't as sharp, which who knows, man? I mean, look at the side by sides of Street Fighter. I have Street Fighter on PS5 and I have it on Switch too. And I was just playing Street Fighter 6 and testing it out over the weekend on a projector that I'm reviewing. And I can't tell any difference. I cannot tell any difference whatsoever. So based on my own experience, coupled with what they've said, very encouraging that, again, been saying it since last year with GTA. If it can run on Series S, it can run on Switch too. And everyone's like, no way. That's impossible. It's like, well, no. I mean, it's just logic, man. And Virtuous basically just said exactly. Been saying for a year. So yeah, I felt pretty good about what they said. I felt redeemed. It's good news for all of us. It's good news for everybody who games. You know what I mean? It's about all of us. We're all going to benefit from this. So good stuff.
Awesome. Eric, thoughts?
Yeah, as Gamebird says in the opener, can you feel the power? Yeah, it's great.
It's better. Come on, you gotta do better than that.
I know. I'm
try it with the sock puppet.
Come on.
I told you. My brain flatlined an hour and a half ago.
So buy smelling salts for the podcast.
Yeah,
Got
right.
it.
Yes. I don't know what the hell it was today. All of a sudden I walked out of work and it's like I hit a brick wall.
That's every day.
Yeah. But no, it was more today than it has been in a while. But that's neither here nor there. No, it's good. I've only really played one game on it, so I don't really know if there's a big power difference because I mean, I don't know if Switch 1 could run Mario Kart World as well as it runs on Switch 2. Probably not. But yeah, that's about the only game I played, so I can't really say how much on the differences between
Just wait till that 3D.
The first one and the
revealed,
second one.
baby.
Oh, I know. I'm going back. I'm going back. I did update my Zeldas. I'm going to go back to it a little bit.
So
just to
say
see
you're
how
on my
it works.
NSO now. Get it.
Oh, I know.
Dude,
No,
it's
no,
so
I-
good.
They are.
Yeah.
Yeah. Feels like the way they should have been played the whole time.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to it here.
Cool. Classic Birdman.
Y'all know I don't care about the power discussion. We've been over this many
And he
times.
feels the
That
power.
being said,
He doesn't.
I already feel the power. The power's in the loins. But no, like, listen, man. If we found out that the Switch 2 at launch was only as powerful as the base PS4, not the Pro, PS4 Pro, just the base PS4, and couldn't output past that, I'd be going, hell yeah, dude. That means we're going to be getting games on Nintendo. We're going to be getting Nintendo exclusives that look like Ghost of Tsushima. And like, I don't know. I hate the power creep. I think companies are pushing the boundaries too far, too fast. And I think it's causing a lot of problems. Games are stunning today. A lot of them don't run that well, to be honest. Not only that, the development cycles are twice as long as they used to be. The cost to develop the games are 5 times what they used to be. Game studios are shutting down if they're not meeting insane targets. So I never wanted Switch 2 to be as powerful as the PS5 as a hybrid console, because you know, to do that, you're creating an insanely expensive device. You know, over $1,000 for a hybrid PS5. Come on. I just don't care about power. Make it good enough. And what's exciting about this, as someone who doesn't know about the CPUs and the chips and all that bullshit that I find to be the most boring part of any console reveal, the nugget of information here that's cool is all I wanted from the power of Switch 2 was a game system that's capable of running current third-party games like Cyberpunk without having major compromises, without having that Vaseline look smeared on the screen, or running at 15 frames per second, without that packaged topology. If we can have something that's going to run games as good as a Series S, or about as good as a Series S, that is a major win. Look at the PS5. I've said this before. Ghost of Tsushima looks as good as any year one PlayStation 5 game. God of War Ragnarok, that's a PS4 game. Spider-Man, Miles Morales, PS4 game. Yeah, they have PS5 editions. The difference is marginal. There's a difference. It's marginal. Look at the difference between the PS5 and the PS5 Pro. There's a difference, but you got to look for it. It took me a second. I've got a pretty good eye for that stuff, even as someone who doesn't care about power and tech. It takes you a minute. I had to like refocus my eyes and be like, okay, I do see. Oh yeah, the texture is a little bit better on this one. So yeah, I think Switch 2 has nailed it so far. The way that Cyberpunk looks and runs is extremely impressive, and that's a launch title. We all know the worst looking games are in the first couple years of a new console. The best looking games are in the final couple of years of a new console. It's only going to get better from here until the later years where it somewhat gets worse. And we do need that refresh, but you get what I'm saying. So this is great news. Yeah, I'm excited. I have no fears about third party. I do think there's going to be certain games, as PS5 is entering its later life cycle and Series X is entering its final years, that will probably be challenging on the Switch too. But for the most part, I think we're going to have the most up-to-date Nintendo hardware we've had since the GameCube. And that's a big freaking deal for third-party support and for what's possible with first party and the Nintendo wizards who somehow use what everyone likes to call old tech and make it look freaking phenomenal. So we'll have to wait and see.
All right. Well, let's get to the Q&A section of the show, you guys. If you have you're watching live, you can go ahead and super chat in your questions on any of the channels that are streaming it, and it'll pop up, and we'll go ahead and feature it. Next up, we have Demonic Brawler saying Switch 2 is 10th generation. I agree. The first 10th gen system.
100%.
Yes.
Don't think you're going to see much disagreement here. Karkun. Huh. NB. Nintenbyte NB. The podcast here. So they're finally here performing for us. If you know the words, you can join it too. I knew what you were doing. See what you did there.
There we go.
Yeah, so you got to replace the lyrics of that whole song. You got to get it all written out. All right, thank you, Karkun. Janky Kong. Love seeing some Kong representation here. Does the WNBA edition of NBA 2K console?
Dude, that is that's good. It's messed up.
It's
And it's good.
It's super. Yeah, it's just a standard edition of the game, guys. WNBA's in NBA 2K. If you didn't know.
Nah, he's saying because the NBA puts up bricks.
I know what he's saying.
Okay.
It's messed up.
Yeah, dude, it's funny.
Oh boy.
That's great.
All right then.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Janky Kong. Demonic Brawler. If Metro Prime 4 gets its release date dropped via the app, what does that mean for a summer direct? What is the likelihood we get a partner showcase coming soon and a full direct in September? Who wants to take this one? Who wants it? It's a juicy one.
Oh man, I just want to say I think announcing a release date for Prime 4 in the app would be a mistake. I think this is a game that needs really good marketing. It needs a strong push. And I think a direct is where you have the most eyes, the most hype, the most excitement. And it's the best opportunity to showcase the game and get people pumped on it. I do think that a partner showcase makes a lot of sense. We haven't had one for the Switch 2 yet, and it's Nintendo's hot new console. So I fully expect to see one this year. As to when, I don't know. I would not be surprised to see it between now and September.
Okay. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Demonic Brawler. You also said, did Paul Gale Network hint at a new remake or remaster of Adventure Island? I mean, there was a reference. I don't know if it was saying it's happening. Sometimes on the show we make references to things. It doesn't mean it's actually happening.
But if it happens in the next 6 years,
And yes.
Then
Paul will say,
Yes,
"Told you
Paul-
so."
Paul's the greatest insider in the world. Done deal. I was just hell no to a turn-based Zelda. I would flip tables. I forgot who brought that up. Was it Paul or was it you?
No,
That was
Somebody-
me.
Yeah,
And I don't, but it's not. Here's the thing, dude. It's not like the next entry, like the next mainline entry. This is a spin-off game. You know, we had a Cadence of Hyrule, which was a rhythm-based
like brewing Cadence of
indie
Hyrule.
Zelda game, or Hyrule Warriors, which is just an action kind of melee beat 'em up style.
Yeah,
game.
I have no problem with the spin-off strategy style turn-based Zelda.
Yeah.
Dude, Legend of Zelda Tactics. Holy crap,
Dude, that'd be
so
sick.
cool. Do HD 2D with like the kind of Link to the Past look.
Dude,
Oh,
if
God.
they did Hyrule Total War, like the people who modded.
Oh my God, dude. Yeah, you could do Ganon with the moblins and
Yeah.
bokoblins.
Yeah,
and
if you guys
crap
know,
like
there's
that.
a mod. There's
Oh
a
my
mod
God.
out there that is Hyrule Total War. It is amazing. Now I'm making it an official product. Oh, God, that would be good. It'll never happen. But you know what? We have mouse mode now.
Yeah.
Maybe now's the time.
Right.
Sega, you like Nintendo? You own the studio that makes it. Let's go. Let's make it happen. Anyways, Thunderburgers.
Oh my gosh, that's another business for Thunder. We keep giving Thunderstash business ideas.
Yeah. Right.
We got the
I like it.
ebook. We got Thunder Burgers.
That's right. We got the ebook. Yeah, I got to start working on that.
Damn it. All right. Donald Brawler also says, how long has it been since we got a Simpsons game?
Ooh,
Good question.
good question.
Yeah.
We had the remaster of the Simpsons Hit and Run game, right? Was that the last one? Is it called Hit and Run? What's the name of that game? The one that's like Crazy Taxi.
Yeah, no, it was Hit and Run, but I'm trying to remember what the
Yeah.
last like new game was. That came
The
out.
newest officially released Simpsons game, the Simpsons game, available on consoles, handhelds, released in 2007. However,
Wow.
mobile game, The Simpsons tapped out.
It tapped out.
Mobile
was 20,
doesn't count. Mobile
Yeah.
doesn't count.
yeah, mobile tapped out. That was
Not
2012.
real video games.
Absolutely.
Itchy and Scratchy Land came out in 2009.
Yeah,
That's another mobile game though.
yeah.
And it's a
Everything
Don't
spin-off.
say
was
that-
mobile for a
Yeah,
while.
it's all been mobile. Arcade 1-up.
The Simpsons game
Arcade.
in 2007.
I was gonna
It's
say
like,
I got
yeah.
the arcade 1-up.
Yeah, it's the last console game was the Simpsons game in 2007.
What about Krusty's Funhouse on Super Nintendo?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Krusty's.
So we had Bart versus Space Mutants, Bart versus the World, and then
What's the
Bart,
one on-
Bart versus Radioactive Man.
I don't know what
Yeah.
one I had as a little kid. It was
Virtual
on the
Bart as
NES.
well.
There was Virtual Bart and then Bart's Nightmare.
Yep. And then Bart and the Beanstalk. That was Game Boy only.
Yeah,
Bart versus the Juggernauts.
Yeah.
What's
there's
the
a
what's
lot
the
of
one on
Bart games, dude.
What's
the one on NES? I had one on NES when I was a child and I can't remember it.
Those three I
You-
just named. So the
Yeah.
first one was Bart versus the Space Mutants,
Yeah.
Mhm.
then Bart
Yeah.
versus the World, and then Bart versus Radioactive Man.
I remember
we
I
rented
don't
these
know what
games
one I
all the
had.
time.
Yeah. And Krusty's
Or-
Funhouse technically was a late game on NES
I
too,
think
but it was
the
on SNES.
screenshots. I
Yeah,
just got, like,
93, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
See, I remember this
Dude.
shit. I shouldn't.
What the heck?
I gotta free up some storage in my brain.
Right.
Oh my
Just
God,
random
dude,
shit.
what game is
Right.
it?
You need to
Yeah.
know this? Like ever? No? Okay.
Right,
Dig around
exactly.
in the brain.
Like it's just useless gaming facts.
Oh
for-
my
Yep.
gosh, dude. This is insane. I just got like major nostalgia. I found it. What
Which
the
one?
hell? Dude,
Which
I,
one is-
I have erased this from my memory. It's I had to pull a screenshot because there's a bunch of them. Bart versus the World is the one I had.
There you
Okay.
go.
Okay, yeah.
I'll link the screenshot in our DM so you could see the screenshot that
Yeah.
made me discover the game. It's so weird.
Yeah, I think I
Wow.
have it.
Dude,
I think I
I
have it
just
on my
traveled
shelf.
back to little game bird.
There you go. You made him get
Wow.
all nostalgic, and you made made Thunderstash realize that he knows too much useless shit.
Yeah, tons.
Let me see here. Quicksilver became a new member over on Paul Gale Network's channel during the show.
Oh,
So
man.
Paul Gale definitely appreciates you becoming a member over there.
Nice.
Used to love your
um,
clothes.
Yeah. For Mr. Gamebird Classic, Crosscode, and Elstibra revision.
I have Crosscode. I've never played
Uh-huh.
it. I bought it years ago. I don't know when it came out, but I feel like I bought it like 3-4 years ago.
Have
I'll
you played
definitely
Chain?
have to try that one.
You got Chained Echoes on your list?
I added it to my list. Yes,
Good.
I have not played that one. I don't own it either. I've never heard of this second game, Libra Revision. I'm gonna
Yeah.
add that. I've never heard of that one.
There you go. Cartgun's got all sorts of suggestions.
Thank you for the
Think you'll like it.
game. Recos.
Jorge FT, what's the difference between your current perception of game releases on Switch 2? Wait, I read this one. I did this one during the show, I think. So we can skip that one. Demonic Brawler. Switch 2 might be my favorite console of all time. If only I could get my hands on an FT Express
Yeah, I
card so I
mean,
can bring my whole Switch 1 collection. Dude, the 1 terabytes have been impossible to get. Like they came back in stock like sporadically this month for was it Lexar? And like they were sold out within minutes every single time. They keep coming back. Like you got to keep spamming the page and just get lucky. It's crazy the demand on the 1 terabyte right now. And there's like no one else really providing them. The 512s have stayed also consistently sold out for Lexar, ONN, and pretty much all the brands. I know Team Group is coming in with some, but they didn't give us any dates or pricing yet, so we have no idea when those are coming out. Also curious if they're making them themselves or if it's just a rebrand like ONN is. For those who don't know, that Walmart brand of Micro C Express are actually Lexar cards. but they just didn't meet Lexar's spec. So they're just like they're the ones that are not as fast as the ones from Lexar, which is why they're cheaper than the Lexar ones, because they're not as fast. They still meet the spec to be an express card, to be clear. They're not saying they're bad cards. But that's why the Lexar ones are more expensive, because they're actually faster than the O and N ones. So I'm curious, if Team Group is actually making their own, or if these are just like another SanDisk is making them, and these are like the leftovers that didn't meet their spec or something. So we'll see. But for right now, it sucks. There's not a lot making the 1 terabyte ones. And so like I have a sponsorship from Lexar, and they don't even want me making any videos on it because they can't keep it in stock.
Mhm.
What's the point of promoting something that's selling out anyways, right?
Mhm.
So, but yeah, we'll see. I'm hoping that the stock gets fixed soon. It's a good sign that they've been in stock at all this month. But Lexar definitely felt like it was going to be readily in stock the way they were talking to me. And the demand is insane. Everyone wants 1 terabyte. Nobody wants to go smaller than that, because just bringing your Switch 1 library over alone. I'm going to say nobody. Obviously, I know there's use cases.
Oh.
A lot of you physical only people don't need a whole terabyte.
I mean, considering that
But,
it dumps it all to the SD card first,
yeah.
instead of the internal.
Yep.
You need that bigger, because if it's pulling it from the internal on the Switch 1 and dumping it to your external, you're going to need the bigger external.
So yeah, I mean, obviously, I have the 1 terabyte. I know, Bird, what size do you have?
I've got to upgrade. I've got a 256 right now. I was late to the game.
Ouch.
Yep.
I'm sorry. I was about to reach for my extra 1 terabyte I have sitting around here, but I don't. It's just for advertising purposes. But
yeah, do you have a Lexar sponsor?
Yeah.
Do you get extra ones?
You and Paul Gale both are trying to fleece me to get extra ones.
I'm only asking because I'm going to see you in a couple months.
Yeah, no.
So.
I have 1 extra one right now. If I still have that, no.
Don't worry about it.
No. Listen, I have 1 extra one right now. It's totally yours when I go to PAX West. You can have it. It's fine. But Paul Gale's been like, hey. I'm like, I got you. I already talked to Lexar. They will give me another one. Just calm down. The problem is they don't have it to give me because it keeps selling out. Stop buying them for a day and then I can get one, folks. Anyways, for free. Fuck you guys. Get your memory card.
Yeah, I feel like the Lexar card giveaway would be the best giveaway right now. Since
I know, and I've talked to them about it. They literally, it's like as soon as they arrive in, hey, can we allocate one to a creator? They're like, no, they're gone.
Is it a scalping issue, or is it like consumers legit just trying to get their hands on them?
I think it's consumers. I'm not saying that there's nothing being scalped. Everything gets scalped.
Sure.
But I think legitimately there's just so many more people who have bought a Switch 2 than these cards exist.
Right.
Unlike a game, it's probably pretty close to a 1-to-1 people who buy a Switch 2 that want a terabyte.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, hey, it's a nice problem for Lexar to have right now.
Yes.
Yeah. Especially because they're the only ones that were offering it at launch, which is crazy for 1 terabyte. But other companies will come along eventually. I mean, obviously, other companies are struggling too. That's why there isn't. Well, it's so hard to get 1 terabyte. Other companies are struggling with their manufacturing on it too. So I think it's going to be just like Switch 2. It won't be easy to walk in the store and buy one until sometime next year at this point. All right. Life will change. Re-up their membership during the stream. Thank you so much. Life will change.
Yeah.
Attack the backlog. Just wanted to let everyone know how excited he was that Thunderstash was in the house.
Nice.
Thank you.
Nice.
Thank you.
I should set up a podcast that has Attack the Backlog on, and then Nash Weedle comes on, and then I'll just have Attack the Backlog translate everything Nash Weedle says live.
That would be really fun.
Nash Weedle doesn't speak English. For those who don't know.
Yeah, that'd be fun though.
Be wild. Nash, don't watch this episode where I put a lot of doubt in you.
I never stopped believing in you, Nash Weedle.
I said that earlier that I've always believed you. So
I've always
that's
believed
two.
you.
That's 2 versus 1.
It's 2 versus 1. Nash, you might not want to come on. I might ask the wrong question.
I'm not worried about Nash. I'm worried about our hopes of getting Randy Pitchford on the show. That's the one I'm worried about.
All I have to do is tell them that, hey, your game is coming to Switch too. Our show is massive fans. We are planning a promotion campaign with or without you. It's gonna blow your fucking mind. Is the number, what is it, 4 Nintendo podcasts in the fucking world, baby? Get on this show. You know he loves attention. He loves
Just tell him he
attention.
get. Just tell him he could do some.
He's gonna get sucked up. He's gonna come on this show.
Tell him he could do magic tricks, and he'll do it. I'm sure.
No, I'll say you could open with a magic trick. We will cancel the intro for a cold open magic trick.
I can film his magic trick. I can make an intro with his magic trick. Can you imagine a Can You Feel the Power with Randy Pitchford doing magic?
Yes.
No, on the serious though, if any game developers and stuff ever watch the show, we obviously would love to have you on sometime. Just reach out. We'll always find a way to make it work. And don't worry, you can get your opinions on Nintendo stuff. But yeah, we'll interview you if you want like a little interview thing and promote a game or something. That's fine. I don't care. Like it's cool. This hit the streak, which is why I opened the beer. And I can't end the show till the beer's done, and I'm only halfway through, so I'm behind because there's only 2 super chats left. Macho just dropped $2 out of nowhere. Thank you so much, Macho. I think he meant to say what his next super chat though says, which was also $2. Says Mario Kart World being an $80 game is good. Well, that is maybe the first time I've seen that take on the internet.
That's a hot take, man.
I'm glad you feel it was worth your money. You know?
Well, I don't know if that's the thing. I wish he would have elaborated more on the statement. Is he saying like
a very broad statement? Like, who's it good for? It's good for Nintendo.
Yeah, is it good for the industry? Is it good for Nintendo? Is it good for the game? I remember we talked about how some of you guys were saying if a game's cheap, it's to its detriment. If the price is higher, it's better for the game. So I don't know. Maybe he watched that episode and he was like, no, it's good.
It's good.
Yeah, I wish there was more context here because, like, on the surface, I feel like if you said this anywhere else on the internet, you might be running away.
Pitchforks.
But on this show, we'll let it be because I'm trying to give you a benefit of the doubt. Oh, here we go.
Yep.
Context. It's the best-selling franchise in the racing genre. So he legitimately thinks it should just be this because it's the best-selling. It feels like you think this is great for Nintendo. That's what that statement now feels like. Because for Nintendo, raising the price on their best-selling franchise and making more money is good for them. It's very good for them. It's a very smart business move. So by this logic, should GTA be like $300? It's one of the best. It's gonna be like the best-selling franchise ever, besides like Minecraft. Well, how much is Minecraft?
It'll be like another 12, 15 years before the next game, if ever, because they can just do the online and milk the online for 2 decades.
Yeah, and they can just drop a DLC at any point they want. Keep it. That's another decade. Hey, you know what? You know what I appreciate about that opinion, though? For starters, thanks for supporting the channel with $6. One thing I do appreciate is that it's different. This is not something that I've ever heard before. And I like it. Different, it can be good. Gets me thinking. All right. So I still got to finish this beer. So I don't know what the fuck you guys want to chit chat about till I get this half beer gone. We could go over how the Brewers swept the Dodgers again. That was a good story.
I wouldn't know. I couldn't find anywhere to watch it. So I did like 20 minutes searching between my streaming apps that all said they offered sports. Just none of them offer any local
sport you want to watch. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I'm
gonna go silent.
Picking up Shadow Labyrinth.
I might
have it pre-ordered. Yeah, I pre-ordered it right after the Game Awards in December.
Interesting. No
free upgrade, free Switch.
It looks awesome.
It's only $30 on Switch 2 physically.
Oh wow,
nice.
I know.
Venatus has one. I can fill your time for you, Mr. P.
Yeah.
Oh,
Love
God.
You didn't do the whole episode without it being said.
Oh,
What is everyone?
I saw it in chat before that.
Yeah, but it wasn't said aloud.
Yeah, so
So,
fair enough. Fair enough.
What is everyone on the pod's favorite ending? Mine is Ocarina of Time because I remember it. You fucker. God damn it.
Yes.
All right. What's your favorite game ending, folks?
It's an easy one for me, but does anyone else want to go first?
I did like Tears. The ending of Tears.
Or actually, maybe it's not an easy one for me now that I think about it. I don't want to go first now.
He's in a debate.
Oh, God.
I did like the ending of Tears of the Kingdom. That was
a
really good ending.
I don't want to pick one game and said I'm going to pick a series because it's legit probably the thing I most looked forward to in this series was the ending every time. Not because the game sucked and I just couldn't wait for it to be over, but because I found the endings thrilling and exciting. And actually, no, I will pick one. The series is Metal Gear Solid, which I mentioned earlier tonight. But the games have phenomenal endings, but there was always the after credits twist at the end of every game. And I remember the first time playing MGS1, and there's that big twist at the end of the credits, and just being like, "Holy shit!" and just wondering what that means for the next game. And then the twist in the second game is even bigger. And the twist in the third game is even crazier. My favorite though is okay if I do Metal Gear spoilers on this show. We're a Nintendo show. My favorite after credits or my favorite ending in a game is the after credits moment in Metal Gear Solid 4, Guns of the Patriots. It's because Stash is taking off his earphones because he doesn't want it spoiled. Oh, I thought you didn't want it spoiled, so I thought you were taking off your headphones. At the end of Metal Gear Solid 4, it's going through the credits, and it's the most brilliant thing ever. It says the voice for Big Boss. And I remember that moment being like, Big Boss? Big Boss is it in the game? What the hell? And then it does the cutscene with Solid Snake in the graveyard, or Old Snake, as they call him in the game, in the graveyard at Boss's tombstone. And Big Boss walks into frame, and you realize he's been alive the entire freaking... The whole death was fake. The body, I don't know if any of this means anything to anyone on the podcast, but the fact that he was alive the whole time, the body that was carried around the whole game was Solid Snake's body, not Big Boss. Did anyone play this game? Am I just talking about random Metal Gear Solid shit? Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Dude, the twist started with the voice of Big Boss with a voice actor, and it was just like Big Boss, and then they fucking cut to fucked up my headphones. And they cut to him like walking into frame. It's like a massive twist because you thought he was dead from the original NES game. It's wild. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Someone say something.
Guys,
I didn't play that game.
Yep.
But that sounds amazing.
Dude, it was wild. Just seeing like that actor's credit.
Classic Kojima.
What the heck? Thinking like, what did I miss? What did I miss in the game? Did I miss that cutscene? Did I shit myself because the cutscene was too long? But sorry for spoilers.
All right.
Hell of an ending.
Did you pick one for an ending, Eric?
Mm-hmm.
I forgot what one was it again?
Tears.
That's right. Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah. Great ending in Tears of the Kingdom. Like, admittedly, it's a really good ending. One of the better ones in Zelda. I don't know if is it the best one in Zelda? It's a debate for another time. So I was thinking about my favorite endings that I've experienced. There's a lot. It's hard to narrow down to like what my favorite one is. I mean, Zelda ones are just an easy go-to, but a lot of the endings in Zelda are pretty safe or expected. There's a few shocking moments, like Ocarina of Time, obviously sending Link back in time. Like that was a shocking moment because you thought, hey, finally it's all over. You know, me and Zelda can chill, and she's like, no, fuck you, go back to your childhood because you didn't get to live it. Like, okay, but I'm just gonna have to like do this again, right? Like are you realizing that what I did now doesn't change when I was okay. like it's just like a paradox, and it's like this doesn't make any sense. You're just making me do this and relive it again. Cool. And then obviously like the Twilight Princess one where she shatters the mirror and all that, like heartbreaking, of course, but it happens. I'm a Zelda sucker, so it's easy to go for that. So I was like trying to think what other endings the games really got me, and it's kind of weird because I'm gonna say this one. I'm just gonna say it. I don't want to spoil too much of it because bottom line is I'm saying it because I watched all the cutscenes online and never actually played the game. Final Fantasy VII. That ending is great, and I've never even played it. To be fair, I've played now Remake and Integrate and Rebirth, but we're not to the point that you would get to that ending. And again, now we know Remake and Integrate is actually not the same as 7 anyway. So, yeah, great ending. Don't really want to spoil it for anyone who hasn't played it because it's such a good ending. And I'm actually shocked that I haven't gone back to actually like the story alone has made me always want to play Final Fantasy VII. And I'm going to admit I've been stubborn as fuck because it should have been on the N64 and it wasn't. Fuckers. That was the one they left Nintendo. So I've just been super stubborn because I played every Final Fantasy to 6, 7. Oh, you're only on PlayStation? Fuck you. 8 comes out. Oh, it's on PC. I'll go play it on PC. But I was so pissed that it was only on PlayStation back then. And I realized it's on Switch. It's come back. Square's now multi-platform. But it's like I have this stubborn thing in me. It's a stupid thing I can't let go from my childhood. That every time I go to play Final Fantasy VII, I own it on Switch 1, by the way. Every time I go to boot it up, I get angry. So I'm like, you know what? I'll just keep experiencing it through Remake and Rebirth, even though it's technically not the same game. Because it's, again, spoilers, if I start to spoil what happens at the end of Remake, that just really shines a light on that this is not actually a remake of Final Fantasy VII. Anyways. If you played it, you know. It's brilliant. And I actually really love it. I really love what they did. Anyways. Stash.
Yeah. I was gonna say definitely one of mine is Final Fantasy VII. Very special. A more recent one, which again I won't spoil it. Red Dead Redemption.
The first one, yeah.
Yes, the ending.
What an ending, man. That didn't even come to mind, but now that you say it, what an ending. Holy crap.
Yeah, that one was phenomenal. Uncharted 4 was very good. Really enjoy that series.
You know what ending I didn't care for? That was really loved. This is definitely one of my bigger hot takes. I'm not a big fan of the Last of Us games, 1 or 2. And I played the Last of Us 1 a bit later, but that game was so hyped up for me that I think my expectations for it were just way too high. I was not impressed by the ending. I won't spoil it here. Because I know, the show's out now and the game's probably getting a lot of newer
complete edition just came out.
Right. Complete edition just came out. The fifth re-release of the game just came out. Yeah. But everyone told me when that game came out how shocking the ending is of because I love being thrown for a loop. I love a good plot twist. It's fun. I find it exhilarating, especially when I don't see it coming. And everyone told me, "Oh man, the ending of Last of Us 1 is shocking, dude. It's insane. You gotta finish it. Stick with it." Because I didn't care for it that much. Love Resident Evil, by the way. I love Resident Evil games. I just don't really care for Last of Us.
Yeah.
The ending did not surprise me at all. It's exactly how I thought it would end, based on what the story led up to. I'm like, what would have been shocking is the decision that wasn't made at the end of the game. That would have been shocking. The decision that's made at the end of the game is exactly what I would imagine what would happen.
Did you beat part 2?
No, I didn't. I was completely uninvested after the first game. I just didn't like it.
Yeah. I really enjoyed them. I got the platinum on both. But though those were some of the games I thought of. Part 2, the ending with part 2, I think really helps probably make the ending of part 1 better.
I know nothing about how part 2 ends, but I don't know. What I really like about survival horror is kind of what Resident Evil has established. I really like the puzzles. I love the Metroidvania type gameplay. I think and I like to a degree some of the inventory management and stuff, and like saves that aren't always readily available. But I don't know, something about The Last of Us, at least the first game, just didn't do it for me. I wasn't as excited about, scavenging for bricks and like bottles to throw. But that's just me. I don't think there's anything wrong with the game. I just didn't like it as much as everyone else did.
That's fair. We should all give an honorable mention to Chrono Trigger Pry.
Yeah.
That was the other one I was debating between. I actually did beat that one, but I was like, yeah, but the Final Fantasy VII ending, I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's special.
Yeah. And again, someone didn't even play it. I just watched all the cutscenes.
Yeah, it's so good. I can't wait for part 3.
Like, you guys, you don't understand. I love Final Fantasy, especially when I was a kid. I really, really loved the hell out of it. So, like, at that, I was just so pissed it left Nintendo. I didn't care that it was on PlayStation. Why couldn't it also be on my fucking Nintendo where I played my last 6 Final Fantasy games?
Final Fantasy 6 also.
Yeah.
Or three in the States. Amazing game.
Yeah.
I think there's an argument for it being the best. I mean, I think there's multiple games in this space you can argue for being the best, but the worst part about Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth is my biggest issue with it is that I want this treatment for so many Final Fantasy games now.
Dude, I know.
Like, I don't want it to end there. Please.
I don't either.
I'm begging you.
It's been very special.
It's the same thing if we get an Ocarina of Time remake. Please, for the love of God, do not stop there. Give me Majora's Mask.
Yeah. I want the Final Fantasy VII.
It's like, it's not enough. It's like, what did Nintendo say years ago? Gamers are insatiable. It's true.
Whenever Ocarina of Time remake gets announced, it's just, Jake Randall just has to be on that episode. It just is what it is. Vanatis, shout out to Eric, the better half of the Prime Channel crew, because he's not irrationally obsessed with themes like Mr.
That's great.
And then Karka and Emio the Smiling Man. Oh, that's
I have that one.
Sad ending. It's kind of a sad ending.
Yep, I have that one.
But it's good.
I played I finished the first 2 Detective Club games. I didn't start Emio because I played those back to back. I needed a little break, but definitely going to get around to that one.
It's good. Very good.
Yeah, but you like visual novels too, Prime.
I like visual novels, yeah.
Hell yeah, dude. It's a niche genre, but man, they're so good. Do you?
Yeah.
What about you, Eric, or
Stash? Like, surprisingly, for being so story heavy, they're never like.
Yeah.
You're not sinking like 100 hours in.
No, they're like I feel like for the most part, they're usually within 10 hours. Most of them. Some bleed into the 20 hour.
They know the story they want to tell, and they don't fuck around and waste your time.
Do you like them at all, Stash, or not really your thing?
I have not spent enough time with them to say one way or the other, but I'm open to them.
Sure. You're visual novel curious.
And it's nice because they're shorter too, so like you don't have to,
I love story. I'm like story is very, very important to me. So yeah.
Very heavy story, but well, like the detective ones are cool because you're a detective. You're trying to figure this shit out, and the story's unfolding before you as you figure it out. You're making decisions that affect it. It's neat.
True detective.
I love that show. All right. That being said, that's it. We hit the end. The beer is gone. Let's go around the room, let people know what we got going on and where they can find us. Oh man, let's start with the casual Eric Moore.
Yeah. You can find me here on the podcast and on our Clips channel.
There you go.
Epic.
You got the Gamebird Classic, aka the Creme Savers.
Crim Saver. You guys remember that candy? I haven't seen it in years.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, yeah, I was thinking about it after he had said that, and I was like, "Oh, I saw it on your name." I'm like, "Oh, dude, I remember those. I can see the packaging in the stores."
Yeah,
That's right, with the swirls and stuff on
Yeah.
the candy. Yep.
they're still around.
Yeah, guys, I'm Gamebird Classic. You can find me here on YouTube at Gamebird Classic. You could also find me on Twitter at _Birdmaster. I just dropped a new video the other day that features 2 of our podcast members, Thunderstash and the man Nintendo Prime, but it also features Sunbro Nation and Rob at Rule of 2 Review. Going over and speculating, throwing out our predictions for Nintendo Switch 2's big holiday game. If you guys are curious about that, curious about our thoughts, please go check it out. It's one of my best performing videos in like the last 12 months. So that's super exciting. I am very close now. It feels like inches from 2K subscribers, which is a big milestone for me. So very exciting stuff. Guys, check it out. I'll have more stuff coming very soon, as well as I'm already brainstorming for a collaboration with a special intro later this year. I'm trying to get ideas. The intros take time. This one was a little bit rushed, but I think it was still a little bit of fun. So yeah, check it out. Support the bird, and I'll see you guys all soon.
All right. We go to the Stash Man.
Yep, you guys can find me on YouTube at Thunderstash Gaming and on Twitter at Thunderstash YT. What am I working on? Let's see. So over the weekend, I was working on a projector review. It's a very, very interesting portable projector. Very cool. That'll be coming out soon. What else am I working on? It was oh yeah, a new accessory that might be very helpful. I don't want to say anything else. That video is coming out soon too. That they're both recorded. I'm just editing both of them at the same time. And then I am going to be customizing the Switch 1 and the Switch 1 Pro controller. I got everything in that I need now. I needed some tools to come in. Those came in yesterday. Some of the iFixit, electronic tools. So outside of that, man, after that, it's back to reviews. I have a controller coming in as well from Nixie for Switch 2. NYXI, you guys familiar? Yep. So they're sending me a Switch 2 controller that should be here any day.
Stashman, do you know what your next game review is going to be?
No.
I know you're busy with doing accessories and stuff. I was just curious.
Kind of. I sent an email out. They probably won't reply. I usually don't get replies. But I sent an email out to Bandai Namco, to their press email, to see if I get Shadow Labyrinth early. I said, I have it pre-ordered. I'm buying it physically. So I'm just trying to compete with the big guys, that they get the games early to help a brother out. I didn't get any reply yet. I probably won't, but that is on the list. And DK, I mean, today's the 9th.
Dude,
like they're going to be out
coming
soon. And Shadow Labyrinth, like, dude, shitty release date for you. Coming out on the 18th.
Yeah,
DK's
brutal.
the 17th. So it's like,
is our podcast
an early
the day
review code
after?
would be smart to get out right now.
Is our podcast the day after DK's launch?
The day before.
Day before.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Damn, that would have been cool if it was the same day or after.
It's okay.
Oh, well.
We get to do our 1 week semi review of it the next episode. So it'll be almost a week.
Well, if any of us buy digital, we can boot up the game during the cast.
Yeah, technically. Why are you so like scatterbrained during this topic? Dude, what the fuck are you talking about? You don't hear the in the background.
No.
Did anyone buy digital?
For-
Or we all doing
for-
physical for DK?
I'm going physical.
Yeah.
I haven't made a purchase yet. I haven't pre-ordered
no
it
first
one way or
party.
another. Yeah, I haven't made a pre-order one way or another yet.
Yeah, that's my.
Digital because I can play it sooner, but then I'll have a podcast, so then it doesn't really matter.
Exactly.
You know?
Yeah. I decided. We talked about this before on the show. I decided that I'm gonna do first party physical, and then third party for the most part digital, with with some exclusions. Cool retro like RPG stuff like the Suikoden collection, stuff like that, or the Lunar collection, anything like that. I'm gonna grab physical because they're just really cool items to have, as long as they're not like key cards. But for the most part, I'm probably gonna do digital. It's like I mentioned that when we really went into detail on this, I've been thinking a lot about how physical collectors are going to get left behind when the Switch happens, to full digital. And people who already have the big digital libraries, that's gonna carry over into future gens. Eventually, physical collectors will get left behind. I don't have to worry about that with first party games, but like the third party stuff, stuff that I know is going to end up in backlogs that I'm going to want to play on the next gens, I'm going to want to have that digital. So it was a tough, as a hardcore collector, it was a tough call to make, but I think it's the right one for me.
She is. This came in today. Did you pre-order? Did you get this?
No, but I need to.
Yakuza,
Is that
right?
from Limited Run? I'm a huge
Yeah.
Yakuza fan. Is that Limited Run?
Yeah.
I hope
it
it's
just
still
finally
available
came
because
in.
I would like to get that. It's not. It's done. Well,
I'm sorry.
I've
I pre-ordered it like a year ago, probably. I don't know.
I have them all physical on PlayStation.
Yeah.
The PS4 and PS5 versions. So I have physical copies, but obviously it would be nice to have that on Switch.
Yeah.
Oh well, snooze you lose, I guess. We had a super check. He's so sad about it. I'm like, do I try to convince Stash to gift it to him? Nah, you snooze, you lose. It is what it is.
Yeah.
First the Lexar, now Yakuza. What's next?
Hey, I'm giving
Snooze,
you
you
the
lose, Birdie.
I already told you I'm giving it to you. I handed it to you in person.
I'm kidding. But seriously,
I'm not kidding. I'm gonna give it to you. I don't need it. Well, they have the alternate ending for Ocarina of Time if they do a remake. Is that because I don't remember the ending? I feel like it's a play on I don't remember the ending, so let's make a new one. He might have been serious, by the way. Maybe you don't like the ending.
Actually, that would be a great thing to add, because they base the timelines on the failure or success of Ocarina of Time. So all they have to do is have a failure end, a bad ending, and a good ending.
Okay. Well, you guys know me. Discussing the ending of Ocarina of Time is outside my forte. So, anyways. All right, I'm Nintendo Prime. You guys know what's up. I make news videos almost every single day. Usually it's a collection of news, hence why you see some like generalized titles sometimes, because it's so hard to put all the headlines in there. But sometimes there's a headline topic. It kind of just depends. And then you guys can go ahead and find me on YouTube. You can find me on Twitter, Ninty Prime on Twitter. Those are pretty much the two platforms I'm primarily active on. There's some other ones. I have a Blue Sky account, but I do check usually once a day because there's news over there as well. But yeah, I'm a news channel. That's what we do. We have this podcast every single Wednesday, the Nintenbyte Podcast. You can also check out it on the Clips channel as well. If our podcast is long, I understand that everyone's going to ingest a 4 to 5 hour show, so we have it clipped up for you guys over there, so you guys can watch it at your leisure. Just go to the topics you want, whatever. And then we also have the audio version that goes up usually within a day or two of when the live show actually happens. So you listen to it anywhere that your audio podcasts are heard. I know a lot of people even in-person feedback, lots of people listen to that audio version when they're at work or when they're working out and stuff like that. So it's really cool. We got a lot of awesome feedback. Also, the whole show is, I'm just going to keep reminding everyone, we're all going to PAX West. The whole crew is going to be there. First time ever in person, first time meeting each other. It's going to be a fun one. We're going to obviously do a bonus episode while we're there, a live episode. Hopefully it'll be live streamed. If the internet sucks, then it'll just be pre-recorded and we'll put it out, later. But it's still going to be a really cool show. Who knows if there'll be any guests? Who knows who the fuck we're going to meet out there? Yeah. Okay, no idea, right? Like it's fly by the seat of our pants. But it's going to be awesome. If you guys are going to be in that Seattle, Washington area, it'd be awesome if you guys want to come out to PAX West to meet us. We're not doing anything specific. Like we don't have like a meet and greet or any of that. just come on out. You'll probably see us one of the 4 days, all of us for 3 of the days, the 3/4 of the crew for part of it. Plus, like, we're going to have like our wives and shit there. So like, it's a chance that you might get to never have to actually meet like the women that make us tick behind the scenes, and keep us sane and doing some of this crazy stuff. Legitimately
burgers.
I will not detail more than this, but like, you want to know how insane it is out there? Legitimately, someone wished I was dead today. Like that happened during the show. It's pretty fucked up. So like, the women behind this keep me fucking going sometimes. So you guys are awesome. Thank you for supporting the show and helping us be a top 5 Nintendo podcast in the world. We will catch you guys same time next week.